All right, people, the time has come. If you're just joining, hello, 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 and welcome to another STRATMAN live stream in which, as you can see, we're going to play a little MK1212, which is essentially the closest thing we have to a Medieval 3, while we wait for Creative Assembly's Total War Show and Tell live stream starting in exactly 60 minutes. In which, hopefully, they're going to be talking about Medieval 3, as well as some other games, of course, Warhammer 40k, Warhammer 3, Rome 2 Total War, which sounds weird saying it out loud. CA talking about Rome 2, again, after so many years. Hello, Harka, Chuck, Hans, Ernie, sup, hello, hello. Just to inform you, there is some work in progress. A video dropped for Project Renaissance. I did see it. It looks very cool. I am going to be making a video on it next week, so stay tuned for that. So last time we left off, while we're waiting for the live stream, that's starting in an hour over on CA's side. Here on MK1212, we were playing an Electorate of Trier campaign. We had invaded North Africa, taken Tunis from the Hafsids, and they dispatched 2 armies to take the city back. We hastily, having found out we can do this, which I should have really known, having played this game for hundreds, thousands of hours, we retreated out of the port and we moved down south on the coast. We made land fall, and they sent one of their armies down to attack us. So this is one of the armies here, backed up by a garrison from the nearby city. And we're gonna fight this battle. Should be fun. They've got 6 units of cavalry. We took a bunch of mercenaries as well, and we've got some nice kind of European, obviously, Elector Knights, all that. Trier, Nappen, and our general here, Gottschalk. Hopefully I pronounced that right. But we're gonna fight this battle, so let's dive straight into this live stream with a big medieval battle here. Hey, Anthony Fish, what's up? A stream to chill to while I work. Hey, hey. Greetings from Hungary, Picaroli. Hello. Bonjour, Seigneur. Looking forward to this battle. Nice, same. Reacting to the stream when it happens, I assume. Yes, Michael Davis. If you're all just joining and you're like, where is the CA live stream? CA is live streaming in exactly 57 minutes. So we will be playing a little bit of Medieval Kingdoms 1212 AD in the lead up, and then we're going to watch the live stream, do some live commentary, talk about what they talk about. And then afterwards, we're going to talk a little bit more here with me, and I'm very keen to hear all your thoughts as well. I'm sure you're keen to hear some of my thoughts. That would be very kind. And then we'll play a little more MK1212, essentially. I don't think the live stream, CA's live streams don't last super long, usually like about an hour. So yeah, we'll watch it. We'll watch it together. We'll share our thoughts, our feelings about the various games. You know, it's not just Medieval 3. We're going to see some stuff about Warhammer 40k, Warhammer 3, and of course, Rome 2 Total War, the updates they're going to be bringing to that game. And then we'll see. Hills and trees could help in this battle if there are any. Yep. Greetings from Sri Lanka. Hello, Sanujar. And hello, Luke. Oh, 5VK. How's it going, man? Welcome, everyone. While we load into this battle, I hope you're having a lovely day. I started today with a 6-kilometer run, which was nice, very easy, not too fast, not too slow. Just get the legs pumping, the lungs working. And then got home, did a little bit of life admin, got ready for today's stream, mentally, physically, and here we are. streaming and playing, and yeah, just the anticipation of what Creative Assembly are going to show us. It should be interesting. Should be interesting. I do also have a poll up. How are we feeling about Medieval 3 so far? This will change throughout as well, I'm sure. At the moment, it's sitting at 48%. Feeling good about it. 41% need to see more information, which is kind of what I was expecting, to be honest. Oh, it's going to be rain. Okay, cool. Hello, what's up, Stratman? Hey, hey, living the life. Yes, Anthony Nielsen, that's right. JDude23. I'm good, man. How are you? How are you? All right, so got all these crossbowmen. Oh yeah, let's see unit stats as well. 16. Okay, cool. Do I have spearmen? Yeah, I do. Here we are. Okay, cool. So, I think what we'll do is our spearmen are a little bit damaged, but that's okay. They should hold. Should be able to hold, hopefully anyway. Just gonna build some lines out here. Obviously, we don't know where the enemy reinforcements are coming. For all we know, they could be coming from behind us, which is very possible, of course, very possible. Yep. Get you.
Understood.
Nice solid line, I would say. Now we got our crossbowmen here, which I'm going to just pop along. Maybe like on the flanks. We don't have any archers. I remember, yeah, we got some light shock cav. We'll pop on the left flank and the rest of the cavalry. We'll pop around here. Yeah, just like defend those flanks. What do we have here? Stakes? I don't know. I don't really like using deployables in an open field battle like this. Over here, it's just melee cav. Maybe what I'll do, actually, is use this skirmisher cav to lure, to kind of, like, get some of their cavalry in to the mix here. Okay, the reinforcements are coming from up here, so that's fine. I'm gonna wait for them. I'm not going to attack them because they are on high ground right now, rather. And they have loads of crossbowmen as well. They're making Med 3 for console. We're cooked. Yeah. Yeah, very, very possible. We could be cooked. We could be cooked. Yeah, no, I'm not. I mean, it's a trade-off, right? Either I attack right now, or I wait for them to come to me. I'm gonna wait for them to come to me. I'm in, like, no rush. They have weak infantry. Yeah, I'm in no rush. I think I'm fine here. Wait for them to come to me. Maybe what I do is... Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Let's go for it. Let's see what we can find. I'm curious about whether we can damage some of the reinforcements before they arrive. They're just really far. That's the only thing. So my cav might get tired quickly.
We have sighted the enemy.
There they are. There's one of the enemy generals. Let's see, active already. Why don't we come right here and park ourselves a little bit? Oh, more and more people are feeling positive about Medieval 3. Fun. Medium. Cool. Do they have anything else going on back here? I don't think so. Well, let's have a look. We might as well just start picking them off, to be honest. From the rear. Moving steadily forward, that's fine. Just keep their rear garrison that's pushing up busy. Get you guys out here as well. Everyone can hear me all right as well, right? The volume is okay. You can hear the music all right. Alright, you... I think I'm gonna lose these crossbow units, really. Fine, that's fine. How are we doing up here? See if we can get the general over there to help.
Men are broken and are fleeing.
Whoa. Yeah, I lost one of those crossbow units at least. That's cool. General's kind of engaged here as well. Alright, we don't really need to deal with that last unit, really. Let's just try and clean this area up here. Oh boy, they committed their general over here.
Our men are breaking off.
Oh, I'm sort of losing this like front line battle here as well.
Men's resolve is failing.
Oh my god, why is my cavalry like not engaging at all? I keep telling it to do things and they're not.
Our men run from the enemy. This is shameful.
Who's running? Who's running? Oh, the infantry over here.
Running, cowards!
Let's see if we can clean up a little bit over here.
Our men are breaking up. Our men return to the fight! Understood! Quickly now! A unit is running from the enemy! Enemy units have been Our men are rallying! They're not done yet!
Let's get the general out of there. Those spears coming in.
running. Stand and fight, damn you!
Holy, come on now. Jesus. I mean, this is such a mess. Get out of there, General.
Understood. Their general is dead.
All right, the enemy general is dead.
Our men are breaking off.
Oh, man.
Glorious victory will soon be yours.
Right, let's try and, let's clean up a little bit here. Oh, forgot about them. Actually, I think we've really kind of destroyed most of them, haven't we? Maybe that one. Ah, it's fine. Right, we're having lots of... Oh, man. I'm not playing well today. Lots of chat in the chat. Do you have any hobbies outside of Total War strategy games in general? Yes, of course. I run. So I'm doing a 10K in a couple of weeks. I'm doing a half marathon in June. That'll be my 8th half marathon. So I've done 8 half marathons with that one. Coming up in June. What else do? I play the guitar. If you've seen live streams previously, you will have seen the guitars on my wall. So I do a lot of music, which is fun. Groups are 10%. I think we'll do
That's your command.
the replenishment. And then what else do? I do occasionally do D&D. So I've done like D&D games for my family sometimes over Christmas. I've done a few D&D games. I have, and I don't just kind of do them. I pick a D&D game like online or whatever. I make some of I do some of the D&D games myself. So I have written a big campaign that we're currently kind of doing every few months, bit by bit, which is fun. I am a DM, by the way. I haven't like played a lot of D&D as a player, but I enjoy writing stories and directing sort of players and all that. And yeah, so that's been quite fun for me. Something only recently I've kind of explored, actually, in the last couple of years. I don't know. What else do? I do lots of things, guys. I ride horses sometimes. My wife-to-be, we're getting married in October. She has a horse, so I go and support her and take videos for her. She posts them sometimes, and I ride as well, occasionally. Ooh, England attacking Antwerp here. Brabant. Oh, I'm glad I didn't get into this war. I think England would have been quite angry with me. Yeah, that's the gist of it, really.
Ready for orders.
I'm sure I do other things, but I don't really remember right now. So our force here in North Africa has been bloodied a little bit. Replenishment maybe would be good. Rating income could be a nice one as well. Yeah. Hold on, my microphone's being a little temperamental. Hello. If you're just joining, guys, and you have no idea what's happening, the live stream is starting in 35 minutes, and I am just playing a little MK1212. We started this campaign on Tuesday. I'm just continuing it while we wait for the Creative Assembly live stream to begin. So you haven't missed anything. Don't worry.
Commander.
All good, people.
Ready for orders.
I'm pretty sure I would have to besiege. Oh, actually, I wouldn't. Oh, maybe. Maybe I would. Yeah, I think I would have to besiege. Which I don't want to do. Can I go into the water? Yeah, I can. Right, guys. So I am not going to attack Almadia. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of risking a bit. If I decide to attack, I may not be able to escape. Let's try it. Yeah, no. I don't think so.
Retreat, men! Retreat!
So what we'll do is we're going to get into the water and we're going to start making our way back towards Europe. The Hafsids have done a decent job repelling us. So the geographical diplomatic situation is this, guys. Hold on, not that. Diplomacy. Here we go. So we are the electorate of Trier, or Trier here, rather. We invaded Burgundy and Lyon. We destroyed the Duchy of Burgundy. We went to war with France. France was already at war with England as well. In fact, let's put it on ownership here. And basically lost everything. The English did a really good job of kicking them out. They were also at war with Toulouse and Aragon, etc. So France essentially got destroyed. They came back. A rebellion in Orléans took over this region. So France is back with a legitimate ruler. So we are these three regions here at the moment. We've kind of navigated our way into some good, positive relations with England, who have taken over the entirety of Britain here as well. There is this war going on here as well between Flanders, the Uppsalboom League, and Brabant, which we've kind of not really entangled ourselves into. We've kind of played both sides, essentially, and not really done too much there. The Commune of Milan is the Holy Roman Empire at the moment, with Westphalia and Swabia here in the center of the HRE. It doesn't look like much else has changed on the map, really, other than Pisa. So Pisa has been destroyed by Genoa and Verona here. So Pisa's gone. Sicily has, I think, been at war with Bologna as well, who has lost Campania. I think Bologna had Campania for a little bit, but they've lost it now. And I wanted a port city, so I originally came down with an army to Occitania, which is what city again? Montpellier. That's right. We were gonna go for Montpellier. Aragon swooped in and took it from us, which was unfortunate. At which point, I decided we would cross south to the Mediterranean and take Tunis, which we did. We held it for a little bit, but then the Hafsids sent two large armies. We retreated out of the port down to Almadia, which we were about to besiege, but then an army came down to attack us, which we just played out, as you saw, and we defeated it. With not a great victory on my part, to be honest. I was kind of all messed up everywhere. But what we're going to do now, essentially, is we're going to go back up to Europe, consolidate our forces. We have some new recruitment options there as well. And so we're going to do a bit of recruitment. And then we'll see. I mean, I'm down to come back down and attack the Hafsids, but let's see. Let's see what happens. The alternative is we make landfall again down here, maybe. We combine some of these troops. We do a bit more mercenary recruitment and attack like Mednin, and at least have a city down here. But, you know, we will be attacked again for sure. So it's just kind of like, not sure what to do at the moment down here. The Hafsids are quite a large empire. So, yeah, let's see what they decide to do in the next turn, and then we can see. Anything I can do in the meantime? Building-wise, I don't think so, really. Oh, actually, sanitation is low here, so we might improve the leprosarium. Sanitation's low as well over there. And here, it's also not good. Okay, well, it should be fine. And then our tax rate is medium. That's okay. Yeah, everywhere is doing pretty positively from a income perspective. Got some electorate Renair here. Dijon, Trier. Yeah, okay. Let's end the turn and see what happens next. Any updates coming for MK1212? Yes! There is a big update coming. So I know they're working on one right now. Oh, they're actually going to attack this army in the sea. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, that is not good. Would this actually be a naval battle? It would. I don't know if my transport ships have ramming ability, but even if it does, like I'm more of a rammer rather than a. Oh, that's so sad. I should have, I guess, stuck to land, really. Let's see what happens. I haven't played a naval battle like this ever, actually. Transport versus transport. I think I'm going to lose this, but it could be fun to see what happens. I'm guessing we might be getting some more info during the live stream, fingers crossed. Yes, guys, live stream on CA's part is starting in 27 minutes. So I will switch over to it in the next like 15, 20. We can have a little chat and then see what they say. But if you haven't voted yet, there is a poll up asking you how we're feeling about Medieval 3 so far. I'm sure that might change throughout the live stream as well. If you're just joining, guys, the CA live stream hasn't happened yet. It's happening in 26 minutes. So don't worry. Stay tuned. It's happening very soon. All right. Oh, Z1991 with a big gift membership to 50 people. Thank you. That's so kind of you. I am almost certain you've done this before as well, Z1991. Remind me, but I'm pretty sure you've done this before, haven't you? Either way, thank you so much. That's so kind of you. And everyone, welcome to STRATMAN membership. There is not a massive amount I'm doing with memberships right now. I used to have a big newsletter, a mod newsletter, which I was updating last year. But it does take a lot of effort to do. And I need to get back into it. But yeah, I'll be doing, you know, all your support is super, super appreciated. I love you all very much. So yeah, that's so kind. Thank you so much, Z1991. Okay, so I'm not going to throw my cavalry away right at the start here. Let's just sit you back. Yeah, no, there's no ramming capabilities here. Oh, that's so sad, dude. I'm gonna lose this entire army. There's no, like, retreat option either. Oh, boy. The enemy reinforcements over there. You know what? Let's just, like... Let's try and go for the, Let's try and go for the general. See if we can take him out from afar. got Shulk. Hello, bro. Have a good stream. Does Clown and Assembly have a plan for Empire 2? Man, I'd love that, but I don't think it's happening at the moment, at least. All right, so you guys, you're gonna attack that one there. You can try and board him. You're gonna board him. You're gonna like lure these other ships away. Essentially. Try and get you guys over there as well, and maybe. Oh, this is just such a mess already.
One of our ships is being boarded.
Which ship is being boarded? Okay, these two. That's fine. Oh, over here. Right. That's okay.
I'm your command. The enemy is boarding one of our ships.
They're losing that battle. That's so funny. And we're winning this battle too. What is going on here? Okay. We're losing this battle now, sort of.
One of our ships is being boarded.
Go on, lads. Kill the enemy general. Go on.
Move out! God save us! Ready, waiting orders. The men are broken and running for their lives.
Ooh, enemy general is dying over here.
Enemy units, the enemy is boarding a ship. Fight back. A ship is being assaulted. House them back.
Well, that's the enemy general over here. Oh no, that it's this one over here. I'm sending my general away. I don't want him caught by any sort of melee fight. I'm currently installing Rome 2 and Attila again. Yeah, you should, man. You should. Ooh, fire arrows. That's not good. My morale is gonna plummet now. Enemy general's dead. Go on, lads. Now's your moment. Let's get some cascading issues going on here. Dude, what is happening? Oh, they're using a lot of fire arrows now to damage our morale. Let's see what happens here. I wonder if I can stop these guys.
Our men flee the field of battle. This is a shameful display. Repel them!
Where are you going? Go on, lads, go on. Somehow turn this around.
The enemy is boarding one of our ships!
This is amazing. Oh, this is a total loss over here.
Pressing the melee button locks.
Our men have given up and are running for their lives.
But that is a bit of a worry there, because they've got a lot of ranged units over there. Let's see, I wonder if I can turn the tide of the battle over here.
Orders on one of our ships! Repel them! The men are losing faith! The enemy is
Oh no, I think they're gonna catch up. They're gonna catch up. We have fought very valiantly, people, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Our men flee the field of battle. This is a shameful display. The men are broken and running for their lives.
That is incredible. I mean,
Unit is running from the enemy.
the fact that we took out 1,300 of them with
Our men are
ships
wavering.
is mind-blowing to me. That is crazy.
The men are running.
I don't know why I took this adventure either. Highly, highly shameful. But super fun. All right, so stream is coming up in 16 minutes, people. How are we all feeling? Are we feeling hopeful? Are we feeling skeptical? Are we feeling middle, not sure?
Yes.
Especially Rome 2. How are we feeling about CA going back to update Rome 2 Total War? I have very mixed feelings about it. I think that CA had a much bigger opportunity to update Attila, personally. I would have updated Attila first. Bravo Zero. Can we get a Bohemia playthrough for Med 3? I'm hyped. I just hope they do an early Norman campaign as well as a high campaign. Yeah, same, dude. They're gonna patch the game and then all the mods are gonna go broke. Yeah, that is a very real possibility as well. Yeah. Fixing the old games, I think, will break the mods as well, which is why we're all worried, aren't we? Okay, I'm gonna switch over in like 10 minutes. So let's just play a little bit more here. We've got
Commander.
maybe let's move up towards Trier here for some more recruitment options.
Is that all?
Yeah, some nicer units that we can recruit.
It's a good life.
get some of those. We're going to change the edict so we can do a bit more recruitment as well. Actually, hold up. Is maybe unit experience would be better. That's cool. We want speed, not quality. Quantity, not quality. No, I didn't think they would go for peace. Can't really do anything else diplomacy-wise, so I think we'll leave that. Army withdraws, battle defeats. We killed General Ziri, but Gottschalk was killed as well. So if we look at our family tree here, what is going on? So Dietrich died of old age. His son Arnold is alive. We really need to marry him off as well. And we do have some loyalty issues, which we might need to address very soon. Personal integrity, authority, yada yada, that's fine. Our power is a little bit on the weak side. Yeah. Okay. Why don't we save it here and switch over to the live stream? My friends. See where that's at. We are 13 minutes to go. So, yeah. Exciting times. Let's just open up the live stream here. Can you all see my screen? Yes, you can. Okay. Here we go. Show and tell. Breaking Divide and Impera would absolutely kill the game for sure. So I'm just going to close the chat here. We're going to full screen this as soon as it's ready. Yeah. So here we are, people. 15 minutes to go to the live stream. I personally feel quite mixed in terms of how things are going to go here. I think that Warhammer 40k is going to be interesting to see. I think there will be a section here about more in-depth gameplay, or I think they're going to be showing different siege maps or city maps or battle maps or something. So that'll be interesting to see. Warhammer 3, I'm gonna basically sort of gloss over. I don't have a lot of commentary about Warhammer 3. I think it's a medium game. I'm not a massive fan, to be honest. Rome 2, you know, they're gonna be making some changes, and my main worry has always been if they're going to go back and update the games, which is a great thing. Like I'm like interested to see how they're going to be updating these games to a more hopefully modern standard. But like everyone is saying in the chat, the main concern is modding support, you know, and modding collaboration. Are modders even involved in guiding CA as to how to update these games? What's not working? What is working? You know, I think modders are really the ones, far more than players, who really understand the states of these games, Rome 2, Attila, etc. So I do hope that CA are working with them to understand how to make these games better, while also keeping things compatible, right? Making sure mods don't break with their update. So let's see what happens there. What else are they going to be talking about? Let's see the description for a second. So Medieval 3, Rome 2, Warhammer 3, Warhammer 40k. They're going to do another like VP of Total War community inbox, which we'll see as well. And yeah, let's see what they're going to show for Medieval 3. I mean, we've seen some interesting sort of planning phase sneak peeks, I guess you could say, about Medieval 3 campaign and battles. Battles more so, of course. Well, yeah, I think battles a bit more in terms of what they're thinking from a scale perspective, the variety of mechanics that they are thinking about and considering, you know, whether it's the moats outside of castle walls and multi-layered sieges, because it's a new engine as well, how they can implement streets that are much narrower compared to previous games. So the cities can actually have that kind of same the cities can have that same sort of scale of loads of buildings, and they look great and visually it's awesome, but the streets being narrower means there's like it can keep that scale and visual awesomeness while still keeping things a bit more compact and functional, useful, not just visual, right? Because I always Yeah, because I don't know. You know, CA. I think they have a executive decision making and etc. So I think that they have a lot of work. They have a big hill to climb, I think, in terms of regaining a lot of trust and positivity and excitement. And I think in the past they've tended to, instead of doing
Hello everybody, and welcome to the very first, maybe last, we'll see, but at least the very first
The confidence.
Total War Show and Tell. Some of you who've been around in the community for a while may remember the old What the Teams Are Working On blogs. We thought about doing one of those, and then we thought maybe we could do something a bit more interesting. So we're here to effectively do a live version of them. We've got about 7 sections of this stream. You'll see some stuff down below, but Warhammer 3 has separate sections for updates, Shiva for Lords of the End Times. I'll say now, of anyone who's watched the Building Medieval 3 streams, you're going to see 2 very familiar faces very quickly. But that's kind of the vibe that we're going for here. So if you've come here expecting to see cinematics or highly polished assets, 80% of this was recorded by me at my home computer. So
let me know if the volume is okay, guys.
You're going to see a lot of in development, a lot of rough stuff, but know that we're not going for high quality CGI trailers here. You're going to see some real behind the scenes developer footage, and we're going to start off We've got a lot to go through, so we are going to speed through. We're going to start off with Medieval 3. So I'm going to swap us over. Whoa. To our Medieval 3 section. Welcome. The only people who've really, apart from Roger, I guess, sat on these sofas. You're up first. Welcome to the Show and Tell.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, good to be here.
For those, so obviously we've done some building Medieval 3 streams before. People in the audience may not know about that, but for those who haven't, or those who don't have a 2-month memory, who are you guys?
So I'm Pavel. I'm the game director on Medieval 3.
Hey everyone, my name is Leif. I'm the creative director on Medieval 3.
Fantastic. So I've spoken about the building Medieval 3 streams, but what have we shown so far in building Medieval 3?
So back in December, shortly after announce, we showed the campaign map for the first time, raw and unfiltered pre-production campaign, where we looked at some of the exciting new developments, like the building directly onto the map, as well as some other bits, and then we followed up with Siege. Siege battle just a month ago.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
And if you haven't seen that, guys, I highly recommend it.
Big topic for us right now, and some of the new bits of Siege gameplay. Yeah,
that's right. And the plan is that we do that. You know, we drop the blog as well, recapping all of the conversations.
All right, Medieval 3, let's go.
And the key topics from our forums. So please join the forums. There'll be a link up at some point to join us in the community. And yeah, we're looking to keep doing that. Yeah, so
fantastic. Well, I'll ask one last question, then we'll fully dive in. So, what is the current development focus?
Well, one of the exciting things we started since our last live stream was really to start looking into our unit rosters. You know, we sometimes joke that we talk a lot about exciting features and new things and whatnot, but really, what a lot of our fans are caring the most about is the unit roster.
That was unit rosters.
It was a great time to start looking into that in more detail.
Okay, cool.
I'm not sure we ever mentioned it on stream, but one of the historical consultants we worked with last year is Professor Peter Wilson, who's an expert on the Holy Roman Empire, and we felt like, okay, this is one of the reasons why starting with the Holy Roman Empire is actually a good start. It's also, of course, a very interesting, let's say, melting pot. It's not the most straightforward roster to start with, so it was a good, let's say, first stab at it, and I guess we're going to talk about some of that detail today.
And just jump in, because actually some additional context for those that haven't maybe joined us on the Building Medieval.
Okay, that's interesting. So they're doing HRE rosters.
So this is still a phase where we are pre-producing the game.
The release surely should include more than just Iberia, right?
And building the rosters and designing the rosters and for the factions that we want to feature in the game as part of that work. So yeah, just some context for those that maybe don't know where we are.
And I believe we'll be showing a little bit of roster from one of those factions, right?
Yep, we can start to just show sort of an overview. Don't worry, we'll talk more in detail about things, but obviously it's a long process to really settle on the roster, and as Pat was saying, we're still very early, so there's a lot of disclaimers here that things will probably change in the upcoming future. It typically starts with sort of really the game design view on it.
Horizontally, these are by centuries.
Oscar, one of our most experienced battle designers in the franchise, has taken the helm on this roster specifically to really catch, let's say, the vibe of, okay, the Holy Roman Empire, if you think of the military formations of the time, like what are they really about?
Yeah.
And then we had a great opportunity recently to collaborate with Dr. Tobias Capwell, who's a former curator of the Wallace collection and sort of a really established coryphée, is that a word in English? A real established expert.
Yeah,
coryphée for the German.
He's
a real expert
of armor.
Yeah, exactly, like a real expert and
an accomplished jouster.
Yeah,
accomplished jouster as well.
I will quickly interject to say, Mr. Producer, if you could turn down your headset because we can hear it and it is echoing onto the stream.
Yes.
Thank you,
Mr. Producer.
That's a little bit.
And one thing worth mentioning here as well, that throughout pre-production, we've already mentioned two historical experts that we're working with. This is part of our process where as we develop, as we pre-produce, as we look at different new topics, cultures, we reach out to various advisors and historical experts within various fields to help kind of cover whatever.
Yeah. So while they're talking about this, I think you're right in the chat. A big piece of work it seems like they're trying to implement is unit upgrades.
We're just now starting to reach out to some experts for more the Arabian Muslim cultures and factions we'll be looking at. So
Hey, Michael Davis,
there's more to
don't
come
worry,
for
you were just starting here. They're
Fantastic.
showing
So,
the
do you
unit
wanna talk a little bit
rosters
about
that
this
they're
one?
working on for the
next
Holy
picture we have
Roman
is a
Empire.
very big picture that we've tried to fit on the screen.
Yeah, let's go with the next one because I think one of the key things that I hope our community feels excited about is that we are moving away a little from, let's say, the old school view of a faction roster. One of the things we talked a lot about in the first stream was us making sure that the world feels lived in, that there's a realness to the world responding to your actions and you feel the consequences, right? And one of the things that always bothered me a little bit in the older games was that you would capture new territory and foreign lands and the units you recruit are still largely the same, right? One of the cool things in Rome 2 was the auxiliary system where you would capture Egypt and then you would start fielding Egyptian auxiliary units in your armies, and it felt really like, okay, it's the world is responding to my actions. There's strategic impact depending on what I conquer and when. It really influences the roster.
And as we've talked about this, this window to the world is world feeling alive. The world is full of people.
Oh my God! I mean, this image just tells me absolutely nothing from a text perspective. I can see nothing here.
That didn't feel too kind of contrived.
And all I can tell is
I
that
will say, so I can see people saying this isn't. They can't read it. They can't.
Yeah, that's on purpose.
They're not meant to.
You're not meant to read
That's
this.
on purpose.
We'll
Of
look
course
at a
it
few
is.
detailed units in a bit. This isn't. You're meant to look at the colors. So what the colors are showing us here is everything that's red on the side. These are cultural units. That's one of the sort of major leaps we're taking with rosters here, where all the units in red are not technically part of the Holy Roman Empire roster.
okay, cultural
any
units. So
faction
they're
that
trying to
captures
take a
territory
page
with
from Pharaoh
cultures,
and how they did
that are part
cultural
of these
units
cultures,
there, I think,
would have access
and
to
implement
these
it to
units.
various regions
Because cultures can travel across the map.
across the
There's a lot
world.
of
I'm
dynamism
guessing.
here, where
Which is fine. I liked that
we'll talk about
way
a
of
Franconian
recruitment,
unit
to be
in a
honest.
bit. Like if you have access to Franconian culture, even playing as Poland, for example, you'd be able to have access to.
I mean, they're
these
saying
units.
it's
And
new,
equally,
but it really
me
isn't.
playing as the HRE, I might have access to these cultural units that are part of the, let's say, geography of these other
And it's
realms.
something you could pursue. You could encourage.
Exactly.
And yeah.
Then in yellow is possibly the most important part. These are the units unique to the Holy Roman Empire alone. Like no other faction ever has access to these units. And that's of course where we really lean into, let's say, the personality and the sort of the vibe of the.
I mean,
the Holy
16
Roman Empire.
I don't know. There's not a lot to tell here. 16 units.
If Mr. Producer could slightly turn down
unique
his
to the
headset
Holy
a little
Roman
more, we can
Empire
still
seems
hear.
quite small, but like
double check if it is
like
his
the
headset.
sentiment
I
you're
don't
sharing in
know.
the
Sounds
chat
like a
as well.
speaker somewhere, maybe.
This is pre-production unit rosters. Like they're just writing everything out essentially.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's too much we can really
We should
glean
also say
and
there's
feel
a
about
big forum post
this.
going live
Yes.
right now, or maybe after this,
Yep.
where there's a lot more detail about this. So
I think
please,
we have this image in high res as well, so you can see the
Yeah.
detail of that. So if you can't read it now, don't
so
worry.
please check out that forum post. The last color I will call out is blue, which is what we call a faction block. So that's sort of a granularity layer a little bit below the faction, where say you have the Duchy of Saxony breaking off the empire in revolt. The blue units would be what that faction has access to. So that's sort of in the rough geography and block of a certain faction to
Okay,
give a
right.
bit more regional identity, right?
Yeah.
That if you have a revolt in France, they would have different units than a revolt in Germany, for example. The other bit you might see on this sheet are the little labels on the side in the top right corner. They're green, gray, and blue labels, and they are the population estates that these units are drawn from, something we will talk more about in the future, in a possible future live stream.
Okay,
There's
cool.
some more info
So
in that
they're
forum
tying
post
in
as well.
population
But that's really,
classes to each unit
what
type
kind
as
of
well.
people
That's
do you
great to
need
hear.
to recruit these
Great
units.
to hear.
Green is peasants, so that's your rural population. Gray is the townsfolk living in your cities, and blue is, of course, the nobles, as you would expect.
So yeah, so do please check out the forum post that we're dropping. If it's not
So
already,
if you
because
missed
it
this,
goes into a
they've
lot more
posted
detail on
this
our
image
approach
in
to
the
factions,
forum
the
in
rosters
high
and
res. If you want to go
cultures,
and
the
see
influences,
that,
all of this. So it's
we can do that
really,
after
really
that.
comprehensive
After this as
write-up,
well.
of our approach.
Have we covered all the colours of the rainbow?
I think so.
Okay. So should we talk about a few specific units there?
Yeah, no, for sure.
For all of those who were demanding we zoom in, finally.
Finally, a bit closer zoom. So starting at the top picture is a unit we're currently calling Ministerialis. actually quite interesting when we started to look into units across Europe. There was this trend of, let's say, non-noble knights. Of course, the British yeoman or English yeoman. In Iberia, it's the villain knights, and in the Holy Roman Empire, it was the ministeriales, essentially a class of, let's say, non-noble, more wealthy townsfolk, urban townsfolk.
Rye
or estate
Fitness,
owners
right? It
would
sounds like
essentially
they did take a lot of stuff from
work
DEI.
as knights
I
in
agree.
service of the empire, and they're sort of a lighter version of the more classic knights. And you can see here the before and after is essentially our initial concepts on the left, and then on the right, after working with Tobias Capwell and his feedback, and of course, it's a little bit of a flex on our side here. How well we got it right at the beginning.
We got to play spot the difference.
Yeah, sort of the level of detail
trying to
of the
spot the
feedback,
difference as well.
His main
I
part
don't
of
see
feedback
anything.
was
I mean, the only thing I see is the
chaussees
robe
and
at the bottom.
that really, the calves ought to be protected, and that's why on the right you should see.
and
essentially
the
calves
calves.
being protected.
There's some
by
calf
chainmail,
armor.
as
I have
well.
to squint, but yes, it's there.
Yeah.
So funny.
And then below is the Constafflers. So that's a unit that we currently sort of see as unique to Franconian culture.
The population class.
So of course a topic we talk a
Deardy,
lot about. Okay,
the
what is-
population
what is
class kind of
faction
feeding
unique,
into
what
your
is
units.
cultural, but it really felt like sort of deeply rooted in the mercantile traditions of Franconian, the wealthy Franconian cities along the River Rhine and whatnot. And these are essentially a professional, almost like mercenary militia in service of the rich patricians of these cities and protecting these towns, and occasionally being drafted into the armies of the empire. You can see quite a bit of change here that we did after the feedback from Toby, calling out that these helmets, that wasn't really part of like let's say the wealth that would be attributed to these units really is calling for better facial protection and these iconic helmets that are quite, let's say, unique
Okay, I
to
like
the
that.
German
I like that a lot.
fashion with the facial visors and
Yeah,
whatnot.
so the more
See if
historical
people try to
authenticity,
work
the
out,
better, right?
Especially in that top right one, what the differences are. And I know you called out the calves, but for me, it's the split between the
yeah,
legs.
yes.
That's a little an animation consideration rather than, but yes.
Yeah.
And also there's obviously the QR code on screen, so do please.
Yeah, I believe that post is now live.
Fantastic. So so do follow that QR code, not just to see the post that details our approach to rosters, but also just to join the community and see everything else that we're talking about.
And I think these Constafflers are a good example as well for like when you as another faction capture territory. Let's say you're playing as Poland, you capture parts of the HRE. That's really where you get some of the vibe of the local fashion across. Where one of the things we're really keen on is pronouncing regional fashion differences in armor. There's a great video by a YouTube channel, Lorica Design, I think it's called, really highlighting like the fashion differences between Italian and German styles. And
Hey, happy guardsmen,
That's
you haven't
what I love
missed
about
too
this
much
approach,
so
because
far. Just going into some
it's
unit
the
rosters
replayability value as well. When you're playing maybe the same faction, you take it in a different way.
Yeah.
Interact
That
with
they've
different
been
cultures,
working on.
different regions decide to expand in a different way.
and unit visuals.
You will have a different experience in terms of the roster and the units that are exposed to you.
Yeah,
I think it makes it feel far more integrated part of the world. That
Yeah, so they're
live in.
talking about unit
I
roster
saw,
being a big
England
factor in
style 12 in the
replayability.
chat as well,
That's fair.
saying
Yeah.
they'll have a think about have a consult with their team about the accuracy, but they thought it looked great there. Are we ready to
good.
show our third
Yep.
unit?
Yep.
So this
Third
is the
unit.
last unit we have for the stream, and then we've got a couple of other little bits.
Yep.
It's an iconic unit.
yeah, I mean, it's of course the Imperial Knights of the Empire, sort of
Imperial
I guess
Knights.
the thing you look forward to the most to finally recruiting. It's a little bit more elaborate.
I quite like
in
the
that
designs as
forum
well.
Post that these units are really having different equipment upgrades through the centuries that evolve the unit.
There you go.
You're looking
Equipment
here at a more
upgrades,
later
people.
Era version of the Imperial Knights, showcasing some of the things that are talked about, like the iconic.
Chuck, your
armor
question
fashion
is really good.
within
I can't
the
really
German
tell.
region with the Kastenbrust, which was more
No,
pronounced. on the
Warhammer
left.
3 hasn't been spoken about
And then
yet.
after Toby's feedback, we built in a little more variation, some of the more slimmer designs with these sort of these rifts, not rifts.
Yeah.
Rifts, yeah.
Yeah, sort of
Ridges?
Ridges, yeah, thank you.
Contours.
Contours, yeah, downwards one. So, and I would expect that the heavy knights from the different
First time in a live
geographies
amazing
would
YouTuber.
really
Oh,
carry a lot of that regional fashion.
Thank you, Azami
although they
Nene.
would look
Thank you.
Very different from heavy Italian knights, for example, or Iberian knights.
Something you mentioned, accuracy, something that's worth calling out as well. In the forum posts, we cover a little bit our approach. So how do we actually conduct the research? What are our we list some sources with regards to our research. So yeah, we kind of lift the veil a little bit on that.
So much like the Building Medieval 3 streams, if you want to get involved and talk more about what you've seen here, go to the forums. There's plenty of opportunity to. I think, Life, you've written up a very, very long post detailing
exactly. And if you're curious, how did we arrive at these designs? Well, the process is there. The research.
That's pretty cool. I need to check out the forums a bit more. Actually,
the 20-minute section, the short version of our approach to rosters.
I might do a video series at the end of every month, being like a forum recap.
Community about this approach, moving away from the faction roster and more to almost like a regional roster, cultural rosters, if you will.
I haven't seen any two-handed units. I mean, there will be two-handed units, though. There have to be.
Formations that people definitely want to see. It's great to feedback on in the forums.
For sure.
So I think we're going to be moving on to questions now. There's one question I can see from the community, which was...
Dude, Happy Guardsman, absolutely. Warman is going to have a field day on these.
And understand, why it's still considered so great.
I think we talked about this in the first stream, right?
Why is Medieval 2 considered so great?
Big fans of the old games. Not many has worked on it. I mean,
two of us have. Nick and I have.
Yeah, Nick and you. But definitely a lot of fans of Med 2 and some other historical games, of course. And a lot of... let's say hobby historians. I think we mentioned this before as well. Like I named up Oscar. He's definitely like really invested into the era. Luke, of course, and a lot of others.
We have fans of Med 2 that played Med 2.
I think
as before joining us. As well.
You joined me on my famous Let's Play where we failed the Crusade on the last turn. Okay, so we're going to move on to some community questions just so we can keep...
guys, if you're just joining, at the bottom of the screen, you can see current discussion. It's on Medieval 3, so we haven't gotten to Rome 2 or the rest of the games yet. They will come after, throughout the live stream.
Which was, what's the progress on ladders? You guys, we said we're going to give you in development rough footage.
Doesn't get rougher than this.
And we live up to our promises. So this is already, even since the last stream, right? The progress.
This is hot off the press from yesterday. So you're seeing the iteration 0 of carried ladders, and it shows how early this is. But yeah, there we go. This is progress since the last stream in terms of ladders.
I like it when they start to dance.
Yeah. A big shout out to Elliot and Matteo, who are currently working on this. I think the sort of hey, the stream is about what we're currently working on. This is something everyone cares a lot about. We are just working on this, starting to work on this. Let's show where we're at. If people are wondering, like, why is this such a big topic? There's of course lots of micro and macro challenges around ladders. Starting from the animation connection, like how they're holding it, how they're carrying it, how are entities starting to pick up the ladder.
How are they pathfinding whilst holding the ladder around various obstacles?
What happens if a unit gets attacked while holding the ladder? So a lot of, it's not necessarily unknowns, but a lot of nitty-gritty stuff we have to work through.
And this speaks to...
the animations are so funny, aren't they?
And we've mentioned time and time again that this is, we've had carried ladders in Medieval 2. That's a long time ago. We are rebuilding a lot of the core features from the ground up in the Warcore engine. So things that may have existed in past Total Wars no longer do, and we have to re-engineer and rework them within the context of the new engine. These are challenging things.
They are. Well, so I'm going to fire at you then. We've got 5 questions, and then we'll wrap things up. Some of these very quick. Will you be keeping the debug cam that allows you to see inside towers and keeps? Before you answer, I'll just caveat
the
where
ladder
this came
thing,
from.
great.
We
why would you
through
not
the
have
last
ladders?
stream
Come on.
and the previous Building Medieval 3 stream. We found some of the most common questions from those. That's what I'm pitching at you.
We don't know how many men in a unit
will you
yet.
keep the debug camera that allows you to see inside towers and keeps, which is, I think, the camera on screen right now?
So this isn't... the intention is that this isn't a debug camera. This is the intention. We want to show you inside the towers.
So like we were talking before.
What we ship with will be a more refined
hopefully
of what you're saying.
this stays. We'll be able to see the inside of towers, the keep in the main city, and maybe even other buildings as well.
One of our directors in franchise came up and said, "Oh, this is so cool. This reminds me of the old medieval books as a child. Opening it up and seeing through. Right. This is exactly the vibe you're going for here. And
what if this is just Medieval 1?
We could get some of that treatment where it feels like, okay, you're weaving away essentially a layer, and you look look
Man,
within, but
Medieval
yeah, the
1
goal
was
is to
gold.
keep that
Gold
view
dust
focused.
when it first released.
Next up, I think we have a question we saw maybe once or twice. Are there any plans for naval battles?
Yes, this is definitely a topic that keeps coming up. It's something that
Oh,
we
go
know
on.
that our fans are really keen to have in the game. It's something that we absolutely would like to see in Medieval 3. So it's not really a question of if, more of a question of when.
Yeah.
As I
Yeah.
mentioned previously,
That was the correct answer. Of course you're going to have naval battles. What do you mean? How can you not have naval battles in Medieval 3?
Thrones no longer exist in the engine, so it's something that we have to rebuild. And our focus currently is on the core of the experience. It's the land battle gameplay. It's the campaign gameplay. So at the point when sieges, of course, yeah. So at the point when naval can kind of stand up to those in terms of quality, then yes, they'll find a place, even if that means after release. But it is definitely something we'd like to see in Medieval 3.
I guess
Okay, so it may not release at the start.
As they've been so far. There's a
Naval
focus on
warfare
if
might
we're
come in
adding
a
the
later
feature,
update
it's
after
to be
release, but
intentional and to have
I would
depth to
rather
it.
have
We wouldn't
good
wanna add in
good
loads of
naval
features at
warfare
shallow
than
levels to make
crappy
sure the ones we
naval
have
warfare
really
at
built.
release.
And this is what
Simulation.
pre-production's all about. It's looking at all of these elements, prioritizing them, seeing what kind of combination of elements can we get done in the time to the quality that we
A
intend.
de-skater,
This is
I agree with that
what
too.
This is about.
So, a quicker answer maybe for the last three. Not that those were long, more that we've spoken a very long time overall. Can you explain why it's mechanically so hard to path your units through narrow streets, and what steps have you taken?
Well, it's sort of similar to ladders a little bit, where if you think about all of our entities, they essentially pathfind themselves, right? So they have to synchronize among themselves.
They have collision, they have mass, they have animations that all have to interact with each other and everything else.
Yeah, and then you might have situations where, okay, it's getting attacked on one side, how are the other entities within that unit now pathing along that corner? So it's, again, more of an engineering and animation challenge that is just takes time.
No, I don't think they would do naval battles as a DLC. That would be crazy.
The hard collisions of the environment.
I think it'll be more like
we're at scale with lots
post-release
of
update.
The tighter
you know?
the gap, the trickier that is for the kind of systems to actually navigate in a way that doesn't cause blobbing or doesn't cause any of these congestions that we've seen before. So it's
Bravo
it's
Zero. That's my guess.
technical
I
challenge.
think that Medieval 3 is going to release a little early access.
I will throw, I think, just one last question at you then, which is are you aiming for castle sieges alongside cities?
It's something that we're currently looking at, yes. So it's as with everything else, we don't know if it's going to work. It's something we'd like to investigate because obviously castles are a thing. So we're looking again. It's all of those challenges of tight spaces and more all in one. So it's it's something that we're exploring. We're not sure if we can make it work yet, but it's definitely something we're looking at.
That being said, just this morning, we had a good design discussion actually around castle sieges, looking into, let's say, different versions of it. The goal here for us is really to
No, they
make
haven't
sure it's
mentioned
not just a
multiplayer
small
campaigns. I don't think they've
battles,
mentioned
but
multiplayer
there's
anything
a
yet.
different sense of what the battle is about. Like
It's
land
gonna have its
battles
own.
are all about the lines and the tree, and sieges are of course about the walls and the streets.
Nah,
How can we
D-Skater. If they do that,
create
Medieval
a
3 is
unique
gone. It's
twist
not
on the
happening.
formula?
That works in the context of the campaign. And the
I think it'll be an
fields,
early
all of
access
those
game.
things that,
They're going to release the game
Again, that's
with
the beauty of
everything
production. We get to
kind of
experiment
built
with
up
these
50%, 60%.
Fantastic. Well, thank you both
And
so much for
other
coming on
major
and talking through
mechanics
that. I
like
have one last
naval
question for you, which is a
warfare,
question I will be
castle
asking
sieges,
every single
maybe the
developer
rest of the
guest we have on.
campaign map. Those
When
will
will we
all
be
come
hearing from you
as
next?
free updates
June.
in
So
up
look out for a blog.
kind of
We're
till the
prepping a
release
blog
of
that
version
hopefully has
1.0, the
some
official
exciting
release.
stuff in there for everyone, and then we're looking to stream again, stream campaign, likely campaign in June.
Brilliant.
All right, we're going to get a
I'm gonna
campaign
throw
stream in
a
June. Cool.
Summary screen of everything we've just said. You'll see there's no camera here, so you two are free to skedaddle now. Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks,
on.
everyone.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I mean,
When we come
honestly,
back,
this
we're gonna have a new
isn't
guest,
even what
and
they
we'll
showed
have a
us. Like,
conversation.
Holy
As a
Roman
summary
Empire
there, you can see
units,
everything we've just
we
discussed.
barely got anything
This
there.
page is going to grow as we go through our topics, but in the
And
meantime,
top
as
community.
our new
Yeah,
guest
so
gets
this,
seated
to me, this wasn't much.
and avoids,
I wasn't really
avoids
expecting
just
much
the
here,
numerous hanging things
and
we
we
have from the
didn't
sequence.
really get much. We
I'm going to
got,
ask if they're good.
oh, we're doing some historical authentic
They're good to
units.
go?
Here's how they
Okay,
look after
let's move
talking
on
to some
to
historian kind of consultants. We're thinking about naval warfare. We're thinking about castle sieges, etc., etc. But
Welcome,
yeah,
Jack.
we're not sure.
This is maybe the.
All right, guys, Rome 2. What are they gonna do?
We've solved
Let's
the-
see.
The TV that we've been using had audio on.
Well, I heard it was like ducked under it. I was like, TV speaking.
I can't believe we figured that out. I can't believe the audio was on. Welcome, Jack. So, this was the kind of the
This
surprise.
is Jack
of the
Lusted,
announcement
by the
of
way,
this
guys,
stream.
if you don't know.
We've spoken before about we want to go back and update some of our historical titles. What is the aim? So I'm surprised. I guess it's you who's at least for Rome 2, if not more, heading up that initiative. What's the aim of?
It's a very bold
updates?
suit there.
So, yeah, really fun. I have a new role within Creative Assembly of being the back catalogue product owner for Total War, which is very much managing all of our older historical titles, looking at opportunities with them, including, where possible, making updates.
Yeah.
The first of these is Rome 2. And here it's the goal of having a series of free updates to the game that improve battle gameplay, campaign gameplay, doing some visual improvements as well as some bug fixing that I'm calling the Pantheon updates.
Yep.
That all come together as a nice big thing.
So this isn't going back and making a DLC.
Okay,
right?
so no
It's going
DLC.
back and it's providing.
It's just free
gameplay
updates
bug
to
fixes?
specific
Yeah, definitely some bug
mechanics,
fixes in there.
bug
Yeah,
fixes
it's not new
in
content.
battles and
Some of the
campaigns,
changes, particularly in campaign, will change some of the content there, but it's very much using the existing building blocks.
and visual
There's no new
updates.
units, no new
Yeah.
factions, no new campaigns, no new DLC.
So we're
It's
refining
free
the game
content.
that's there.
No new units, no
and
new
I think maybe
factions,
the
none of
second
that.
surprise for people then is this isn't an update.
Yeah, it is multiple. So the way this is planned is that it will be a public beta that grows over time before
Yeah.
fully releasing to everyone. So we'll start with Mars, with improvements to battle gameplay. This is covering things like making morale and flanking and terrain more important, improving the armor and damage formula, bug fixes.
Yeah.
Then Venus, which is on visuals, which will include updates to campaign textures, improving the lighting, water textures in campaign, a UI reskin inspired by the painted walls of Roman villas, and then finally Jupiter, which is chief of Roman gods, so it's the campaign gameplay. So big improvements there. Big focus is on making the gameplay systems remain relevant throughout the game. So, we know Rome 2, only player seat is quite easy after the initial 30-40 turns. So here it's about making sure that public order remains relevant throughout, replenishment remains relevant throughout, and that there's a greater sense of progression and challenge going forward. So improving building trees, making tech trees more impactful, lots of gameplay improvements there. And the aim is that we'll start with Mars as a public beta, and then after a period of time Venus will get added to it, then Jupiter, and then finally it will all go live for everyone as the Pantheon update.
Jack, you're a very lovely, soft-spoken man. I'm not, so you may have to speak a little louder, just to match my level of constant noise. So I've got two questions before we move. We're going to show some stuff, right? But
Okay,
how are
so
you approaching
Mars,
mods?
Venus,
That's
and
maybe
Jupiter.
the number one question I've seen from the community when we announced this.
Absolutely. We know many people are playing mods on Rome 2, a lot of very popular mods out there, a lot of people get a lot of value out of them. Well aware that coming back to the game, doing these big updates is going to cause problems with mod compatibility.
Yeah.
So first off, that long public beta and a single update, it means there is one occasion where the mods are being broken for everyone, because it will be big data changes.
Yeah.
But also that longer beta means more time as well for modders who are still active to get hold of the changes.
Okay, guys, so what this
ahead of
means
time,
is
preparing
they're going to
mods
make
be
this an
updated.
opt-in
And
beta.
then for
It's
mods,
not going
of
to
course,
break
won't be updated
mods
'cause
in the
mods
main
moved
branch
on,
of the
not
game.
active anymore. We're going to have a pre-Pantheon version of the game available as a beta once that update goes out. So if you've got an older mod you still want to play, go back to that older version of the game, play it for as long as you want.
So
Yeah,
the
so
game
they're gonna
that
they're gonna
exists
do an
today,
opt-in
you'll always be
beta.
able
They're
to
gonna
play.
get a lot of
Yeah.
feedback,
But
make some
you
changes,
can,
and
if
then
you
release
choose,
it into the main
opt into
branch.
the- or
You're then
play the
going
newer
to
versions,
have
and then
to
modders who want
roll
an
the
update,
game
they will
back
use
to
it.
access your
Um,
mods again.
my last
which
question then
kind
is,
of
what depth
sucks
are we gonna be able to
'cause it's
discuss
gonna break
today?
all mods
So
basically.
today we're going to look at a brief
Why
snippet
would
of
you
each
do
of
this
the
to
updates,
Rome 2, man?
focusing mostly
Like,
on
of all
Mars,
the
then a bit of
games,
Venus,
why
then a bit
Rome
of
2?
Jupiter, but there is a lot of lovely information
Ugh.
on the forums that is ready for people to dive into as well.
Fantastic. So let's start off with Mars, right? So we're just going to cover a few bits from the update
Yeah.
today, but as you've just said, on that link you've put up is it a whole forum or a forum post? Or
There-
both?
Both. So there is now a Pantheon update section of the Rome Eras forum, where in that main one there's a long post detailing the overall purpose of the updates,
Yeah.
like what the goal of them is, why we're returning to Rome 2, and details of each of the different updates like Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and then there's sub forums for each of the different updates of
Yes.
Mars, Venus, Jupiter, where there's a little summary again of what's in them, and then a more detailed
Shell
post
and
for each
Dreams.
area.
I don't think
Yeah.
they're gonna touch the AI.
Because sort of what we're talking about.
I think it's gonna be
Yes.
stat
so
tweaking.
Battle is quite a difficult one for us to show visually. So you've spoken about flanking, morale, fatigue,
Yeah.
damage, armor. this one, so what we've got here is unit spacing.
Yeah, I know you're
so
all right.
as
You're
part of
right.
improving
Rome 2 is the
battles,
most played historical game. I get it.
Look at how to improve readability
It's also
as well
just
and help with that.
The most played for a
recognition of
reason,
additional
right?
distance.
It's
So
the
at the
most
top
okay.
is 3 Celtic units in the game right now. You've got Levy Freemen on the left, then Spear Warriors in the middle, Spear Nobles on the right. And the only unit you can really tell that's different is the Levy Freemen, because they're bare-chested.
Yeah.
They stand out from distance. The Spear Warriors, the Spear Nobles, you can't really tell them apart. So what's being done with the Pantheon updates is across all different unit types, there is now sort of a basic, a standard, and elite variation in the spacing of the units. So you can see at the bottom, the Levy Freemen are very quite spaced out. They're much more varied in their spacing. The Spear Warriors are a bit mixed, and then the Spear Nobles are much more uniform in their position. So just at a distance, you can more easily see, oh, those guys are a bit disorganised. They're probably some cheap chaff units. Oh, those guys, they're really organised. I should probably be worried about them. Just that extra bit of recognition at a distance.
Which is something we see in more modern Total War titles, right?
And also,
this guy did make Thrones
older
of
ones as
Britannia.
well, right?
Yes.
That was something that was in true original Rome, whereas here it wasn't in Rome 2 at first, and now it can be done.
Yeah.
It's something mods have done as well at times, but now bringing it into the main game.
So we can talk about
I
damage
like how he
rolls
said that.
if you
It's
Yes,
something
this is
mods
gonna
have
get-
done,
For those of you who love
Slightly
That's-
charts,
technical.
and now we're bringing it to the main game.
So,
Wow.
armor and damage. How it works right now is a little odd. So you look at something like melee attack versus melee defense, and it is a linear change.
Yeah.
As your melee defense goes up, chance of anyone hitting you goes down linearly. Armor, not really, as you can see from the chart. It sort of curves and tails off a bit.
Yeah.
Because there's 2 aspects to damage and armor. You've got base damage and you've got armor piercing damage. Base damage can be negated by armor, but armor piercing damage can't.
Yeah.
But the way armor negates damage is that you take the unit's damage armor value, so say it's got 60, and you do a dice roll between 0 and 60. And then whatever that value is, because it could be 0, it could be 60, it could be 12, it could be 38. You take that away from base damage. So sometimes you'll take off part of the unit's base damage, sometimes you get rid of all of it, sometimes you get rid of none. So it's quite varied. But then armor piercing damage doesn't get affected by armor at all. So there's always some base amount always going through. And that means you end up with that chart that, like, towards the end, as you get more and more armor, it's just getting a much greater range of what the armor is doing. So it's just not as nice and consistent that better armor gives you better protection.
I mean, the top chart looks more like a corrupt tax bracket rather than something understandable. So I guess we spoke about how hard it is to visualize battle changes, right? But I guess the vibe you're going for is that battles feel more authentically understandable.
Yes,
You've got more armor, you're going to take less damage, unless there's armor piercing involved and blah blah blah. Whereas before, it's the systems underlying it actually weren't as predictable or as understandable as they felt.
Yeah, because we always like to have some randomness in our battles, just because, one thing we've always tried to do is, like, even the basic peasant has a chance maybe to kill a king. So we allow a bit of randomness for that, but we want it to be predictable randomness, as it were.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So with
Bravo
the
Zero,
changes-
I agree with your sentiment.
It's
I
twofold,
think
so
that
armor is no
this
longer
is
a
just
straight
going to essentially
numerical
make the
reduction
battles
to
a
damage.
lot
Sorry,
more
just
predictable.
What are the axes here?
Oh, sorry. So down
Rome 2
the,
already suffers from a lot of
left
battle
axis,
predictability, in my
just X
opinion.
and Y.
So
We should do
yes,
that, but I don't.
this is
the left
it's
axis
going to make
is
things a lot
average
easier.
damage done, and on the right
essentially.
is armor value. So you can see that as the armor goes up, it's a linear decrease in the after.
Oh yeah.
It's not exactly linear because this is based on 10 simulated damage rolls.
Right.
So there's a bit of randomness in damage rolls.
I
So
love
if it was
that.
like, if you did
That
enough
is insane.
ran-
This is only
rolls,
based on
it would be
10
perfect.
rolls. Like,
So what we've done is
I feel like the sample size
armor
is a little
now
small here,
modifier
Jack.
to damage.
Just
So
a little
let's
bit
take
small.
that 60 armor unit, right? Instead of it being a roll between 0 and 60, it rolls between half the armor and the full armor, so between 30 and 60. It then converts it into a multiplier to damage. So you roll the full 60, you're doing a 60% reduction to the base damage you're taking. If you roll 30, it's a 30% reduction. Nice and simple. So that means you get a nice linear increase, makes damage more relevant.
Yep.
Armor piercing damage now is also now affected by armor. So same thing, armor becomes a modifier, but here it's half the impact it has on regular base damage.
Yep.
So you get that 60% reduction to your base damage, it's only a 30% reduction to your armor piercing damage. So again, armor piercing still got a lot of use.
So
And
they're
all these
also
values
nerfing
will
armor
also be
piercing
possible
damage,
for the,
essentially.
modders to play about in the database, like what is the max reduction armor can have on damage. There's still a base damage value in there just to allow for those situations. And there's also some changes talked about in the forum post, in addition to this, of the addition of the critical hit system from Thrones,
which is a really beloved system.
Yeah, so it just allows that that chance of like the arrow in the eye, that kind of stuff. So that even from the first volley, you're seeing regular soldiers dying, and then there's more
Nassim,
predictable patterns of.
I think that's what we're hearing here. So they're going to be implementing the Thrones style critical hit system.
Some of the stuff coming in that's like beloved or favourite features from more modern titles being able to come back into Rome 2 through stuff like that. Yeah,
because I think an important point to make as well is that the who's working on the updates is me. Yeah. It is a team of one. So Rome 2 has one of its advantages is that there are many products afterwards that I can look at and bring back certain select changes. So critical hits from Thrones. Yeah. Some of the bug fixes we're doing in battles are taken from Attila. With the visuals, you see stuff taken from other games.
As we will see momentarily.
Yeah, so it really maximizes what the impact.
I think that just to chime in the chat as well, we don't know if they're going to be touching any of the other games at the moment. This is Rome 2,
peek of what the other 2 updates could look like.
And this is what they're starting with.
Real focus on Mars about.
There are 3 updates coming to it: Mars, Venus, Jupiter, battles, visuals, campaign.
That greater impact you might see in titles like Shogun 2 or Attila or Three Kingdoms.
And those of you who, I think for me, the most I'm looking forward to, and we'll do another deep dive at some point in the future where we go through these more. But for me, flanking, I think, is the big one. Exactly. When we did the Rome 2 stream and I flanked and Pav went, that does nothing. Yeah. I was like, why have I all this work? So it's going to be all that. For me, when I've read through the updates, because obviously we shared this already with some experienced players and we got their feedback on it. They seemed very receptive.
I mean, balance is
so thank you to everyone who participated in that.
Rome 2 balance isn't terrible.
Things that I thought worked or were happening now will happen and now will work, which is fantastic.
I mean, to be fully honest, a lot of these are changes that I made in Emperor Edition that I'm now reverting or changing a different way. So like.
It's time and learning.
It's time and learning. It's refining it and making it a better game.
So, when are we next going to hear about Mars?
So, Mars, there will be posts on the forums over the coming months going into details in various areas. So, one already on the armor and damage changes. Next, possibly talking about changes to charge reflection or expert charge defense. But on stream, probably June, we're looking at. Things are going to be inflexible in timing.
Brilliant.
All right, so June we're going to see more about the Mars update, basically.
I will say, next time we bring on a chart, I will make sure I don't crop out the axes. Okay, so this is Venus, and this is a taste of some of the visual improvements?
Yeah, so Venus, its main
visual changes.
UI reskin, which is not ready to be shown yet, and the campaign textures, lighting, and the seas as well. So when we go back to the before,
I mean, this is amazing.
You'll see how Rome 2 is now. Well, certainly some aspects hold up quite well despite its age, but there's other bits like the water doesn't look great nowadays, some of the textures don't look great. With the lighting, the settlements, the characters can blend in a bit more. And now, brand new sea texture, redone sea colour, brought back better textures.
I don't know. I need to see this in game.
Because we've got those lovely games to take advantage
to me, they're just making it look a little bit more like Pharaoh.
Performance impact.
I mean, I can achieve a lot of what they're doing here with reshade. So to break every mod for the game,
like one of the things that I like
to
do is look
slightly
at the
5 to 10% upgrade the visuals a little bit seems a little crazy to me.
UI, this is without UI, so you can have UI labels highlighting things, but you still want the characters and the armies and the settlements to stand out even without that going on. Especially when I think we go from the after to the before, you can really see the difference.
Fade, and that not adding that fade really helps emphasise the difference, especially in the lighting. Any second.
Yeah, this is the awkward wait.
There we go.
Yeah, you can see the difference.
All right, so we've got, I think, about 5 minutes.
They also talk a lot about UI changes, but they're not showing any of the UI here, so obviously that hasn't really happened yet either.
On the campaign side. So even now, we've got, we're not going to go too deep into these, but we'll explain like the philosophy behind them of 2 building trees, which up until today I've been calling tech trees, and Jack has increasingly been patient with me. I've just said it over and over again.
So, building trees. The aim here is sort of basically going, Emperor Edition made some key changes to building trees, where prior to Emperor Edition, temples could only go up to level.
We moved the sun slightly to the right.
So major minor settlements in other ways.
Yeah, pretty much.
There wasn't many choices, so it tried to equalise that out. Yeah. But this is basically going, we didn't go far enough in Emperor Edition.
Yeah.
So one of these, for example, would be the military trees, where currently, Rome 2, you have separate chains for recruitment and bonuses, which is fine, but it does mean that you need to choose a different slot to do it, and because your training chain, the one that gives you more bonuses to your unit types, it's a separate chain, you're not getting as much from it. So one of the things that's been done is combining the two and extending. So you'll see that before it's up to level 4, now it's up to level 5. Important thing that barracks will do.
I love it. I love it. This is. Let's combine these building chains because we hard-coded limited building slots into the game, and we feel like players don't have enough slots to explore all these buildings, essentially. So we're going to combine these. We're going to add another tier of building.
Imperium are moving on to the building trees.
I mean,
if you want more armies, build a barracks.
You're going to have to use another building slot anyway.
Exactly. So as
to
you go
access these other military buildings. That's not even a reason,
Jack. So it's got still the manipular barracks, the auxiliary one, so give you regular Roman units or auxiliary units. Some units will be moved from the barracks chain, though, to the main settlement, just to help the AI out, so it's got a bit more varied what you can recruit without even having a barracks available. And then if you want to, you can choose to specialise this chain more into buffing your units, the practice field. So it'll still give you your increased army cap, it'll still give you increased recruitment slots, and the units you've got from that basic field of Mars. But then...
Dom, our TV's going to turn off.
No.
Now keep going. Not that one, not that one. That one.
That one. And then, so the practice field will then give experience bonus to units, and it will give you champions, because this is where champion caps increase.
Yeah.
And then further, you can choose to specialise into bonuses and different unit types. So
I mean, I like that they're adding a new tier of buildings here. I think that's quite cool. It does make the mechanic feel more important later into the game, but late game Total War is not going to be fixed by another tier of buildings, right? It just seems very arbitrary.
And then I have seen some questions. I don't know if you have an answer. I've seen quite a few questions asking about 64-bit.
Unfortunately, not on the table. Like, we know it's one people are looking for, would like, especially people who use mods where they're making more use of video memory, but it's not part of these updates.
That's good to know. So what are we looking at here?
So this is one where...
So 64-bit is not happening for Rome 2. Guessing it won't happen for any other game either.
City centre chain and major settlements that did both trade income and public order and entertainment and research and slaves in one.
Yeah.
And then for Emperor Edition, we said we added a town centre chain for minor settlements that gave some trade income and some public order and some entertainment. But they're both doing variations the same, and also that's a lot of different things for the city centre chain to do. So here it's combining and then splitting. So there is now a public forum chain and a market chain that are available in both major and minor settlements. So big change is that generally major minor settlements, they can build the same thing now.
Yeah.
Different number of slots, but same options. So the forum chain is all about entertainment, public order. So that top two ones, you've got Auditorium and an Odeon, then it splits into one chain that focuses,
Icarus. None of this really is anything that mods haven't done. Jack is essentially modding Rome 2.
Where bonuses remain throughout, but later branches sort of specialise in one or the other, and you're making that choice. Then you've still got the library chain as part of this, which gives you research and will give you dignitaries. That's where you can increase your dignitaries cap. And then separately, there's a market chain, which then splits into three. So you've got a wine trader, which will require the wine resource and give you a lot of money, but might consume food. Not decided that yet. Then you've got the delicatessen chain that will give you a little bit of food, but a lot less income, and it's probably where spies will come from for the Romans.
Yeah.
And then finally, you've got a slave trader, which will give you slave income and keep the regular trade income from the lower branches as well. So it's all that, like, clearer options, clearer focus.
Yep.
More depth to the chains as well.
And that's just a taste. So these last sets were just more of a preview of some of the stuff. But once we've got Mars out, then we'll come back to Venus, back to Jupiter. We'll come talk to you more. But we wanted to give you guys a taste of just the level of depth and detail that we're going into for all of these systems.
Like with Jupiter, if you go on the forums now, all the other building chains the Romans are on there already.
Fantastic. Well then, Jack,
no,
when will
so
we hear from
I
you next?
don't think they
next
are.
Will be on the forums with more posts.
I don't think they're removing buildings. I think they're just moving them around to different chains and extending them into higher tiers of buildings, essentially.
We want to. It's going to be playing it by ear because a lot of it is work being done by me, so it's taking when the stuff is ready. But we're looking at a live stream in June to show Mars and hopefully battle gameplay live.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to throw up the summary then. Hopefully. Thank you very much for coming on, Jack. Really appreciate your time. Everyone loved your suit. You are free to disappear, and if you can shake the mouse on that PC,
yeah,
we'll move on for our next guest.
I think, let me know what you guys think in the chat. as some of you are already,
you're
but
sitting
I'm not
there.
hugely.
So on the screen now, you can see everything we've spoken about.
Hugely
so far
excited
on
about the
stream.
changes
We're
to
gonna
Rome
hope I'm
2.
right with where I just told you to sit because these I can't move these names. Okay. We all good?
Juan Jose, we didn't really learn too much new about Medieval 3. They just showed some
Let's
unit rosters that
say
they're working
hello.
on. Very rudimentary, very basic.
Hey, I was right.
Nothing
Hello,
crazy.
welcome.
Really.
Welcome to the stream. Let me get rid of that bit of paper. So, Rich and Sean, first time on the sofas. I mean, we've only done 3 streams of it, so you know, good. For anyone who doesn't know who you guys are, maybe Rich, you starting. Who are you, and what do you do for Warhammer 3?
I've been here a while. I'm the game director for Total War Warhammer.
Yep.
I've been working on the series for the last 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Sean?
I'm the associate design director. I've been on the series for a meager 8 years.
Oh,
Embarrassing.
pathetic.
Embarrassing.
All right, so this is the Warhammer 3 section.
So
we'll watch through
we have
this.
3 sections within this section. I did initially try and see if I could get it on that bottom bar, but it was that is graphic designed by me, so that is the height of what I can achieve. So we're going to start by talking about updates.
I don't like
game,
his suit
and then
anymore.
We're going to talk about Vashiva,
Yep.
and then we're going to talk about Lords of the End Times. And I'm so consciously not trying to say the name of the person that will be revealed as part of that person, place, or thing.
Very good.
Thank you. I'm doing my best. So we're going to start talking about campaign.
Yeah.
I hope. There we go. So campaign AI update.
Yeah, we've been doing lots of updates to various things. On the campaign AI specifically,
They look a bit
there's been some
tired.
tooling going on in the background. So that's
And they're
gonna
both
help
very
us
wearing
address some
these
of the issues
caps.
that,
It's quite
players have been
dark.
Seeing around idling AI and clustering around settlements. So that will be coming very soon.
Yep. So we've tried to. We know that a lot of these things. So we'll be doing it again with the Siege update next. A lot of these things, the community are. We've explained a lot what we're doing while we're doing it. We want to start giving you guys some dates and update.
I love that
numbers
AI
to
is
be
still a
able to
priority
expect
for
this in.
Warhammer 3.
8.1
I feel like it's been a
this.
priority for the game for the
key
last
change I wrote
since
and
release.
that's the first time you're seeing it, which was me writing it based on notes. So AI
with
priorities,
Total
which
War
have
is,
I
I feel like,
misspelled?
Yeah.
never going to go away.
Slightly.
Well, I can explain.
Go for it.
So basically, over the course of the campaign,
Yeah.
we've now got the controls now to better ask the AI where to spend its focus. So in those longer campaigns, getting them to change up and prioritise other actions rather than sitting and amassing around
Okay,
settlements.
so that's like the clumping.
Yeah.
So in theory, they'll be slightly less defensive as time goes on.
That's right.
If that's what the changes are going to be for
It's
Rome
all-
2, then leave
it's
Attila
all
alone.
dynamic.
Yeah, I
We've
agree. I mean,
always had personalities which sort of
man, if that's the kind of update they're going to bring to Rome 2, I agree.
But
Don't
that
bother
could
updating
mean
the
that
other games, in
makes
my
total
opinion.
sense and looks great in the early game, and it all comes together nicely. And then over time, you might see that the decision making that made total sense earlier on, no longer because of the sheer number of enemies or the number of forces that they've got, or lots of factors, then starts to go, that looks a bit strange to us. And there's been some tweaks to make it a bit more flexible.
Businessman
Fantastic.
versus artist.
Anything else you want to say about campaign, or I'll move on to...
So you can go to the next one.
So the long-awaited Siege update, we've spoken about a lot, but nice to finally put an update number on it. So 9.1.
Yes.
At the moment, what update are we on? 7 point something.
Yeah.
And so
Yes.
for people to help understand that, 8 will be.
I love that
so
they don't really know
update
what
the number
update
with a
they're on
version,
yet either.
right? So with a release. So 8 would be
Vashiva.
Vashiva, and 9 would be
Lord of the End Times.
Yes. So this will come the patch after Lord of the End Times, the campaign update coming the patch after Vashiva.
That's right. That's right.
So on screen I've just got some ladders. Thrown some siege ladders up
Well,
left. To have a
it's
look at.
great bringing those back. I mean, well, I say bringing them back. It's kind of new for Warhammer. To me, it feels like bringing them back because experienced them in past Total War.
So if you
games
don't know
that
what's going
I've
on with
worked
Warhammer
so
3, guys,
they're going to
essentially
be joining the fray for players
the
to
gist
make
is
use.
this.
Removing pocket ladders is the
Bashiva is the next DLC coming to Warhammer 3, and then it's the End Times, which is this huge kind of community requested, expected DLC, huge amounts of content coming with that. And honestly, my guess is the End Times is going to be the last DLC for the game, is what I'm guessing anyway. At which point, I think Warhammer 40k will release, which, you know, if you assume Bashiva's coming out, like, I don't know, sometime in the next few months. I actually don't know when it's releasing. End Times coming, like, early next year. I think Warhammer 40k will be, like, mid to autumn next year. And then you'll have Medieval 3 in 2028 is my guess. So,
But we've been
yeah,
specifically
that's the
focusing on,
timeline I'm thinking how things are going to go.
improvements, like the damage output, making it feel like, a solid
And,
defense, looking at towers and the damage output.
yeah, so they're just kind of going through the various kind of siege reworks that they're showcasing here.
Creatures should have that, making sure that hordes are well supported.
Yeah.
Which is a long time issue with the
Yeah,
game.
there's a lot of stuff that may not make it as well because it's cutting room floor style of we are trying things out. We want to try and push the boat out. I think we've said this before when we tried to do our larger reworks. Trying to make something that's objectively better for everyone is a bar that is hard to cross every time, and that's why it can take a bit more time to make sure.
Also,
that
yeah, like, let's just summarize what we just heard about Rome 2, right? Like, Rome 2, they're bringing in no new content, no DLC, no structural systemic changes in terms of updating from 32 to 64-bit, no multiplayer chat kind of reinvention, right? No sort of real functionality to the game. More so, essentially tweaking stats, tweaking the location, the kind of building chain structure, some mechanical stuff, both on campaign and battle, how defensive values work, armor piercing, critical hit chance, charging defense, like those kinds of stats, essentially. It's a rebalancing. They're basically rebalancing the campaign, rebalancing the battles. They're also going to release a visual upgrade, quote unquote, which honestly just looks like a page out of what modders have been doing for 10 years, and with a bit of reshade to add some color and lighting and things like that.
Nice grouping of content there for 9.1.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the changes coming to Rome 2, and like we've said in the chat as well, I'm not. If that's the kind of changes they're going to bring to the historical games, honestly, that they should just hold. Don't do that. All you're doing essentially is just breaking mods, and chances are the balancing work that you're going to do is just not going to be what the community wants at all. So yeah. In terms of Medieval 3, we didn't really get much. Medieval 3 was essentially, we've started work on historical unit rosters, looking at the HRE. We've worked with historians and consultants to make them a bit more historically authentic looking. We've worked on the structure of unit rosters and how we want to go from like early, mid to late, high, all that Middle Ages, upgrading units visually, equipment and all that. That's we got a few little bits in terms of we want to have kind of castle sieges, but it's again something they're trying to work through and see if it's going to actually happen. And they're definitely going to do naval warfare. We got that essentially confirmed. We just don't know if it's going to be at release or later. We don't know. And to top it off.
And lastly, I did just want to throw out a massive thanks to the Warhammer.
I think that's all the Warhammer 3 stuff, by the way, which is very little.
We've been doing in collaboration with them, and they've
the last thing is naval warfare. So they did say that. So, no, yeah, I did say that.
Shall we show
is there anything else?
Go on then.
I hope.
Oh no, they're gonna go into the DLCs, right?
Actually, the next thing I meant to show is Ferocious. If you want to talk about it first, or I think we've.
Yeah. So what we've learned so far. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. What we've learned so far is with all the stuff with Medieval 3. My theory is,
so there we go.
they're gonna release Medieval 3 early access. It's gonna be like 60 to 70% done with maybe one or two major mechanics or a few like a handful of major factions not ready yet to release. I think as well as the campaign map. My guess would be the campaign map is going to be fully finished. By early access either. And then there's going to be like an early access period of like a year or two where they finish everything off and get it really stable and functional and happy with the community, lots of feedback rounds, updates, all that. And then release it into version 1.0 with full marketing and all of that and get it out the door in a really good, kind of playable, fun, everybody's happy state. That's how I think Medieval 3 is going to go. If I was CA, that's how I would do it because, without the community engagement, without the early access labels, that's kind of what they've been doing with Total Wars anyway, kind of releasing things out the door half finished, and it's bitten them in the backside majorly in past releases. So I think they're trying to capitalize on the fact that they're not good at developing and releasing games at launch. Why don't they then just develop alongside the community, release into early access, have that collaboration and feedback and consideration, work developmentally alongside the community into a 1.0 release, and everybody's happy, right? Deniability, accountability, like all of that stuff, basically. It's strategy.
How does it feel to use Bathsheba in battle then? What's the play style there?
So her specifically is all about going after small entity units.
Yep.
She's quick, she's nimble, she's fast. She likes to stalk her prey, which is a big cat. So yeah, you might, I don't know if you've seen, yeah, there we go. She's also got this amazing ability to teleport around the battlefield with her Heaven's Gate.
Yep.
And so when she reappears, she strikes and damages everybody around her, but she's super useful for obviously jumping into the fray, but also when she's
it's
in
definitely
spot,
too late, I think, to shift gears on Rome too.
We'll
definitely
see some of those abilities. This was a far longer video than I remembered.
I think they're going to show the Mars update in June, and then they're
That's
probably going to
fine.
release the Mars
That's
update like
much nicer
July,
quality than
August
what we'll
would
get
be
into.
my guess.
So we can see on the abilities on the side there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Ferocious Ambush is what all Tiger Warriors are getting. I'm glad you said that because I've
Anthony, I really like the unit cards from Parabellum as well.
Okay. So we can very quickly talk about Ferocious Ambush as just an expectation of that's what the Tiger Warriors will have. So what is Ferocious Ambush? What's the intent behind the ability?
I mean, the fantasy around all these characters is about that big cat field, stalking its prey, getting in, roughing people up.
Yeah.
So it's very much giving them kind of that Vanguard deployment, speed, charge bonuses, all those kind of different things. Sorry, not Vanguard deployment on this one, but yeah, that kind of idea.
Charge speed 25%. Wolfed.
Yeah, I think the big thing about tigers, well, the literally big thing about tigers, is they are much bigger than people. You know, like a full head taller than a human. So we really wanted that impact of them on the charge to feel like you've been hit by a 9-foot big cat.
Yeah.
So you know the idea of Ferocious Ambush does lean into that. It increases their speed, increases their charge bonus, and gives them Devastating Flanker to push that charge bonus even further.
Yeah.
On a cooldown for balance reasons and all these things. But it is really to capture that idea that when the Tigers charge in, it's a noticeable impact.
Yeah.
And in the Cathay roster, which is much more rank and file with the humans that the Jade Warriors and the Celestial Guard that stand and hold the line, the Tigers are charging in, they're hitting line. You'll see the impact, and that sometimes can win a battle if you get that on the flank, you get that in the right position. That can win a flank sooner than you want to, and you can reposition around to.
So we are approaching an hour, guys.
Cavalry then in a rear flank charge. We'll do an absolute.
I'm guessing they're going to do another like 5-10 minutes of Warhammer 3
cavalry, which I guess is
cavalry. And then we're going to go into Warhammer 40k.
Oh, go on.
Tier 2 and above as well. So yeah, there you go.
So we'll show off some of. I've got pictures of some of Bashiva's other abilities, just so people can get an idea of.
And then the community inbox, which I'm also interested in to see what.
I don't think any of these abilities
Roger Column is going to say as well.
That clip. So Heaven's Gate, obviously.
Yeah, we saw that one.
But I think as well, some of those were just her dynamic animations in battle, where she is teleporting around. My favourite is when she grabs someone,
dynamic
comes out of the sky and
animations.
slams them into the floor. So Heaven's Gate, is that kind of the main ability you're expect to be using a lot as Bashiva?
That's a quest item, right?
Yeah.
So that's the one you want to go and get, and it gives you that teleportation element. Very cool.
Yeah, I think that's her most iconic piece of her kit. So I think, as we mentioned earlier, if you want to pick an
Dusty,
engagement,
I agree with you as well.
There's a caster hiding behind enemy lines that I have to take out. That gives a way to get to that caster.
Yeah.
If Bashiva catches herself in an awkward position after
Bob Saget, you
leading
should
the
try
Tiger
Three
Warriors
Kingdoms,
into a big charge,
especially
and
the
she's actually
historical
starting to
mode.
get singled
It's
out,
really, really
she
fun.
also has a way to remove herself from danger there.
Yeah.
So it's quite a flexible item in her kit, and is a lot of the identity built around that. Also because of the teleportation she has, Stalk, she could remove herself, go hidden again, and then disappear. So she's got a very powerful ability there to, like a tiger, go in, hit it where it hurts, disappear into the grass again. You're not sure when you're going to get hit a second time.
I would take you. I've not fought a tiger. Not for a long
You've
time,
not?
so I'll have to take your word for it.
Always fighting how many versions of you and a bear. That's the classic. Yeah.
I wouldn't be one version of me. So Blades of Shangyang as well. Cool imbuement there, putting flammable on. Any of the other abilities? I mean, obviously the community will pour over these in their own time. But if there's anything you'd particularly want to call out,
I'm sure they will pour over it. But I mean, the flammable, if people remember on a previous slide, she has flaming attacks by default as well. So the flammable for her is also just like another damage buff on top for her personally getting involved. But if you've got other flaming units along in the army, that flammable means that it's a damage bonus for her, but also an opportunity for you to synergize that with some flaming units at the same time. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well then,
there is one more.
Oh.
I've just checked the notes. Hidden Huntress.
Oh yeah.
So there's a
hidden. It didn't even
there's a
make it on the screen.
There's a fifth.
It's stalking off screen.
And that is her starting ability. So that's going to help with that kind of stalking stance.
Yeah.
And again, provide buffs in and around that. So she's got a lot of kit.
She has, and also you point out, it's exactly what I'm saying. We've got a lot of the stuff. I've tried to capture as much as I can. Someone said these are they're just screenshots from in game. They are. I booted up the game and I took the screenshots. I told you guys this is going to be. We're really trying to show you what we're working on rather than the most polished version. But yes, that's a really good call out of. There's other stuff going on, but we wanted to give you guys some of the highlights to start talking about. Speaking of, shall we move on to the legendary hero free LC?
Oh, big reveal, right?
It is. I've worked so long on this stream that just saying the names all come out naturally now. So I'm glad I didn't say that we have. I don't even think the name's on screen now that I've said that. Oh yeah, there we go. Tao Yan the Merciless.
Yeah, there you go.
You looked at us to confirm that's how you pronounce it.
I did. I don't actually know if I've said that out loud. So we've got Tao Yan here. So legendary hero joining the Cathay roster.
Yeah. All Cathay factions can make use of her, but she does have that synergy, particularly with Bashiva and also Zhao Ming. So the background on Tao Yan is that she's an exiled warrior, and the reason why she was exiled to the Western provinces is that she's pretty brutal and has a bit of an iron, in what she does. So when rebellions,
you're extremely happy that the DEI team managed to go into the core of the game, the main and engine.
Wasn't so well liked by some, so she was exiled out.
Not really, Dusty. They're taking a lot from what DEI does for Rome 2, and it seems like Jack is just doing it himself, essentially. I don't know how much he's working with the DEI team.
Great fighter,
but I doubt that he is.
Taking on things like
maybe he is, but I doubt it.
First Trident wielder?
Oh, Albrecht as well.
Oh,
right,
I should have ran that past us first.
We're off now.
How many prongs does that Trident have? Because that could be a Biden, and then I could be back in.
Biden, right? Come on. Also, great.
You mean the DEI team got into the core? No,
actually, that's what.
If you guys watch that video, it's not the DEI team that has managed to go into the core of the game and unlock some new functionality in Rome 2. It's some sub-modders, guys. Some sub-modders have gone into the core of the Rome 2 engine.
Show and maybe chat about some of Tao Yan's.
So the DEI team do not have access to engine level changes. Some sub-modders have essentially unlocked data lines where they're able to see what they can change at a more core level.
She wields, yeah. So again, very good at base damage, armor piercing. I mean, she's a ferocious fighter.
Yeah. It isn't. I can see chat saying it's censored. It's not censored. It's just not decided fully yet. Or
too
not
hot for Twitch TV. That's
it. So suggest your own names.
I like that.
Cool. Then last section we have for Bashiva is we're going to talk about some of the Cathay tweaks.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We can go over those.
I've got a video here. That's a video, but it's also just two screenshots that it swaps between every 15 seconds. So the first thing
no worries, Dusty.
There's I think 3 of them that we've worked on.
Honestly, that would actually be one of the main things I would want out of these big changes from the historical games is making modding capability a bit more unlimited, right? Being able to change the campaign map for Rome 2 would be pretty amazing. And giving modders the chance to tweak things like AI, AI behavior, AI priorities, all that stuff, adding brand new mechanics themselves, all sorts of things. Like, would make these games a lot more replayable, give a lot more longevity to them, with modders having access to a lot, deeper core engine-specific kind of things that are hard-coded up until now. That would be a pretty amazing change, but of course they're not going to do that. Of course, they want to keep things quite tight-knit. I think they're going to use Jack's changes to Rome 2 as a nice kind of jumping off point to boost some sales, use a little bit of marketing, talk about how Rome 2 is going to be the best it's ever been.
I'll wait for the
Yeah, and get more, like people have been saying, get more of the historical players they've lost over the years to come back and consider Total War again over other competitors, like, you know, historical games. I'm not talking like Total War like games, just generally. Like, if you're not really happy with historical Total War, you could easily go and just play some CK3 for a few hundred hours, or Bannerlord, or whatever, you know. So I think they're trying to get people back into the series.
On those central texts. And we've made a separate military and provinces section, so it's a lot easier to navigate and find what you're looking for. One of the things that we had in our mind, though, is like the current tech tree's been out there for so long. We really don't want this to come across as like, you know, oh, a change for change's sake. So we did a really big analysis of everything that was in there before, and, you know, give or take a little bit here or there. This is an objective, like, it's got
honestly,
the big ticket items. That
watching all this, I really don't like technology chains in later games. I think one of the best examples of technology chains is Empire. Like, you really didn't have to break something that wasn't broken, right? Fix something that wasn't broken in the first place. I mean, Empire's tech trains were so fun, and there were so many tiers, and there's so many different types of techs. They unlocked buildings and units and formations and different types of weaponry, ships. Like, it was so good. Why did you kind of move on to a tech chain like this? It baffles me. I find it so unmotivating to go through technology like this. Pharaoh especially, the whole research tree in Pharaoh was just totally lackluster to me as well. So Medieval 3 research and technology needs to be a lot better, man. It needs to be way better than what we've had so far in the last few years.
Down at tier 4 now, so there's been some balance changes there.
Yeah, we just want to make sure that people can get access to the cool stuff in the roster without waiting too long, while still grading the things that are the big ticket items, like the Terracotta Sentinel. They deserve to be up there. Yeah. But there was a couple of units where, if you compare them to other cultures in the game, you go, well, why does Cafe have to wait so long to see, you know, infantry, which is like a tier 3, tier 3.5 infantry at a tier 5 spot? So we've made some adjustments. We've adjusted the cost of some buildings as well, so it's not just a straight like, you get it earlier for, you know, for no downside. Like, there's been a lot of adjustments to try and improve the flow of the experience for everyone, not just Bashiva.
Fantastic. Then we're going to talk about if we're all done.
Oh no, one more thing. Don't forget, with Bashiva and the Tiger Warriors, they all facilitate work with the dragons as well. So make sure to check that out as well.
And also anyone who wants to snip the little bits of lore, because there's some really cool some lore in those skills. Well then.
Yeah, I'm really hoping the Warhammer 3 stuff is coming to an end.
Are we ready? I'm so excited about this section.
Right,
This is
Lords
the
of the
section
End
stream
Times.
I've been so excited about. So we've all seen on Reddit that there is a very passionate fan who's hoping that right now we're about to reveal a man-sized rat. And we do have something man-sized. And it is a man. So we have here our next Lord of the End Times. Who is this?
He's the guy who I said will have his day.
And he's having his day.
He's definitely having his day, yeah. So Boris Todbringer, Elector Count of Midland, and yeah.
It looks like a new
He's
model.
here. He's finally here, but in here now to be fully playable.
Yep.
So it's really cool to get to that point from, I mean, on the original Warhammer, 10 years later, to now be in that position where, yeah, you get a new experience, a new fight with the Empire.
Yeah, like you said, he's a bit of a visual glow up as well. His, I think it was like, well, yeah, perfect. It was like 9 years ago, they called the Beastman or something like that, where we first brought attention to this character, and he's never had his day until now, where he really stands out as the interesting guy that he is.
This is kind of cool.
I mean, thank everyone for bearing
as
with
much
us.
as I don't really like Warhammer 3 overall,
so we are going to be mostly talking
Empire
about
is the most popular kind of series of factions to play, right?
We'll have some
a brand new Empire faction could be kind of fun to get into and try out. Todbringer has always been, like they say, one of those characters that people have been asking about.
You guys are now getting the videos I filmed.
Empire faction is probably the closest thing to a genuine fun historical faction, aside from
So Boris Togrider with his new model there.
Aside from, what are they called?
Where does Boris start?
The knights.
Do you want to take a guess?
Somewhere in Lustria?
I don't remember.
He's not gone quite
That's
as
how
far
much I
afield.
don't
No,
know about
he's
Warhammer
in-
3. I don't
he's in
remember the
Midland.
French
Shocker.
knight factions.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
You'll probably
And,
know better than I do in the chat. But,
so what's the kind of campaign atmosphere you're aiming for?
can you make more games on mobile?
Well, generally, as Warhammer has gone on throughout the trilogy and into Warhammer 3 as well, the Empire's got
Anthony, they
treacherous.
did have
It's
to
quite
do
a dangerous place to
64-bit
be now.
versions
And,
for the Mac
our
ports.
good
I'm pretty
friend
sure you're
Boris,
right there.
He's sick of being on the defensive. He's sick of all these people walking into the Empire and acting like they own the place. So he's going on the offensive.
Bretonia. I remember.
in 3
Bretonia.
seconds. There we go.
There we go.
Why did you bring attention to that?
Perfect.
Perfect time for vengeance. Now he's going to take the fight to everyone else. So yeah, he'll start in a position where you'd expect it in Midland, and he's going to where Karl is trying to unite the Empire, Elspeth is holding off the forces of Undeath. Boris is much more about taking on anyone and everyone that's in the Empire right now, and anyone that's even thinking about getting the Empire. Right. He's taking the fight to them. No more defensiveness. He's embodying the God Ulrich, the god of war, winter, and wolves, and he's bringing that war with him to all of the foes of the Empire.
He's got his claws out.
Nice.
Well, I don't have the transition statement that I think I do. So what we've got then? So we've got Boris, and we're also going to show off a couple of units here. Then, so the first unit we've got infantry. Do you want to talk about the unit, or do you want to talk about the ability that a lot of Boris's faction will get? Your choice.
Yeah, I wonder what we're going to get from the community about it as well. I mean, Roger Collins.
We'll start off with Crush.
In the first community update, didn't really go into too much detail about much. I mean, he talked a little bit about how they're trying to be more community engaging. He talked about the updates that they want to bring to older games and kind of tempering expectations about how the updates are going to be a little bit, without going into any detail, right? Just saying like, oh, we want to update the older games, the legacy games. They're, half the Total War player base is playing our older games, so we feel like we need to go back and service them a bit more and update them. I mean, the fact that they're going back to Rome 2 is just baffling to me. But yeah, that's also something he said. I think he's going to be answering mainly emails that he's received, right? So a lot of the chat from Roger is going to be, hey, I received this email, it's about this thing, and it was a very nice email, thank you for sending it to me. Oh my god, people have been so nice and sending me great emails. I read every single one of them. I'm such a great guy and so considerate of people's feelings and thoughts, and I read all of them. Medieval 3 is a great project, we're working so hard on it. And let's talk about one of these emails. Oh, this one here, a super generic question. Here's my answer. Yeah, I'm so nice. Okay, let's move on to the next question. That's going to be how it is, essentially.
And I'm revealing nothing other than the 2 units that we are talking about today.
We're allowed to reveal, yeah.
Oh, come on.
So where did the Tuigen Guard come from? Well, the Knights of the White Wolf happen to have several very esteemed nobility within them, and it's based purely on merit. It's not just about station. If you are particularly good, Knight of the White Wolf.
By the way, Stratman, we are both playing the same campaign with Emperor thingy, Electorate of Trier. I found a great battle mod, but is punishing. Focus more on morale buffs, debuff, plus realistic weapon armor. Dusty, share it in the chat, the name of the sub mod. I'll definitely check it out.
AP units. So we want to push them a little bit sturdier and slightly fewer in number than the Great Swords. So they are on the advanced side of great swords in terms of what they do, but a bit more generalist as well. So where great swords have the anti-infantry, they're classic great swords. These guys are bulkier, heavy hitting.
Bob Saget, I agree with you. I think a lot of people are going to downvote it.
They're kind of like the epitome of Empire's infantry to date so far, and they're going to be a bit harder for other Empire factions to get hold of. But all of the Ulrican units that will be coming will be a bit easier for Todbringer to get hold of, because, of course, they should be. Yeah. He's Midland.
Yeah, right next to him.
Yeah, he's got them in the back room waiting to come out.
So we do have one other unit to show. Did these guys ever get into combat? Did it loop? I wasn't paying attention.
I was looking at you.
I'm hoping that everyone got to see them hitting people. I sat on these.
They're raring to go.
I recorded for much longer than I thought I did.
There we go.
I think people have seen this before, right? You've seen them hitting. I'm looking at the chat. Did anyone else see them hitting, or do I have to vamp for time just so you can see them throwing their?
Man, this is one of the reasons why I don't like Warhammer 3.
I really
the animations are fine, but they don't hit anything, guys. Like, they're just hitting
so
air.
we do have one other unit to reveal, and funnily enough, we saw a Reddit post like a week ago that was, forget all of these units. There's one unit I really hope is part of the Empire pack, and that person is going to be very happy.
Edgewalker, true that.
It's the Knights Panther.
It is.
Yeah, well, when we make the packs, it's obviously very themed around like a singular picture. And given that we're
this
doing
looks hilarious.
Boris Todbringer, the Ulrican units,
this knight,
the Knights Panther also
with
have each of the house based in
with panther skin,
as well as
these
Talapine,
panther paws coming over his shoulder.
We've got to capture all the major knightly orders as much as possible. So we brought in these guys. You can see they've got a bit of anti-large on them already, so they've got a slightly different role from the existing knightly orders that are in the game right now.
I kind of like the models a bit more, the ones on the left.
Because I'm pretty sure their horse armor should be blue.
The horse armor should be blue.
Over here, where the panthers are kind of metallic.
Double clicks on that video.
Kind of ornamental, you know, quite interesting.
Double click it.
This looks absolutely hilarious as a design.
Do you see another one in there called Knights Panther?
Blue.
If you go, if I could just stand up, I could do it.
You can stand up.
Do you think I can just run over and fix the video?
They'll never know.
They'll
never know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they should be blue.
Very blue with some gold trim.
Yeah. Such is the development in progress. Every day
Thanks, buddy.
things
I
are
will
progressing.
check it out.
And we thought, we'll get the most recent version of the Knights Panther to show off. Whoa. These ones. The most recent version.
This was updated like 2 days ago. So that's
the magic.
Okay. Hopefully my bum wasn't on the stream there.
Yeah, everything is floating.
So these are the Knights Panther. We're gonna have to watch them idle again as we prepare for them to charge.
You love an idle though, Josh.
I do.
So we can take our time.
I do. I sat there and I was like, about 30, 40 seconds would do, and I did not know how long 30, 40 seconds is until I've sat here in the hot seat. So yeah, we got the Knights Panther. I mean, we'll see it in a second. You've probably just seen it before. Their charge is devastating. Lovely in blue though. I could never imagine seeing him in silver.
That's weird.
Who would do that?
Yeah. Exactly. But do you know what? What I do think that helps to emphasise is everything we're showing is development progress. Like this video I took yesterday to replace the one I took the day before. I like it when he does the boom. So yeah. That's what we're trying to do, the show and tell. So everything you're seeing is development progress. All of those stats could change depending on, however Sean's feeling at that moment in time. But yeah, I think I'm just letting him see him fight for a little bit before we move on.
Just keep vamping.
There we go. So what we have now is technically, but not really, 3 more units. So we are approaching the end of our end times section. And I really like the Warhammer community rumor engines. So
it does look a bit like the vampire horse armor. You're right.
So if you guys are, people may know. They may be able to work out what they are. I did, after some feedback from our talk on Tuesday, I made one of them a little bit harder. I still don't think it's that difficult.
No, it's pretty obvious. Well, there's easy, medium, and hard in there, for sure.
Hey, I mean, recolored and reused assets is CA's modus operandi, right?
With one of them.
They do that all the time.
Yeah, maybe. I'm giving the game away there,
maybe.
So if feel
I
free
don't
to
blame them
clip
though.
these guests.
I mean, they've made loads and loads and loads of assets across this game.
Come back
So
and show
why
you
not
what
mix
they
and
are.
match a little? Modders do it all the time.
I think before we move on to our next bit, which is the thing I am most excited for in the entire stream, I'll just ask from you guys first. When are we going to hear from you next? I know the answer to this. If you don't,
you say it and we'll say it at the same time.
June. So I think the plan at the moment is in June we'll come back. We may do it may be a stream, it may be a video, maybe both. Where we're looking at the moment to maybe talk about some of the free update stuff that's going to come with.
That'd be good.
So you may be learning this for the first time because we had
I'm
this
going to
discussion earlier in the week.
pretend I was fully up to date with all this.
So at the moment
we're ready to go.
Fantastic. At the moment, I think the plan is in June we'll come back and talk to you guys about some of the stuff.
Yeah, cool.
Because we spoke about some of that in December, like some of the devastation. And,
yes.
I didn't know I could put that voice on. But we'll come back and we'll talk a bit more comprehensively about some of the stuff you can expect to see there. But I saw it in chat. We do have one last clip for Lords of the End Times. So we have a fantastic voice actor for Boris Todbringer lined up. You're going to be hearing loads of his voice when you're issuing orders on campaign and in battle. However,
guys, I just got an email from Feral Interactive.
Battle, you're going to see that there's 2 Boris Todbringer.
Hold on, can I talk about this? Hold on, let me see.
There's the original one, which you know and love, and then there's one more.
Hey, Toddy!
Oh, that was great. That was great, Tom, but maybe just a little bit less. Bring it down a bit.
Shut up,
Yeah.
Ben!
Feral Interactive are doing Age of Empires 2 for mobile. That's so cool! Oh my gosh, I might have to get that.
Boris
awesome.
Todbringer, at pace. None shall live. Oh, I hate Kazrak One-Eye.
That's pretty good voice acting, to be fair. That's really good.
For me, can we all just have one? It's me, Toddy. Just like this one. It never gets used.
There it is.
So there we go. That has been one of the hardest secrets to keep, but it is exciting, and they'll also, I think we've heard recently that there'll be about 2/3 of the ad-libbed lines that Angori Tom gave in the recording studio, and he gave a lot. About 2/3 of them will make it into the game. Some of them just a little too hot to handle, but others will just about sneak in. So look forward to that, and that will be part coming along with Boris Todbringer. So we've got all of our information there. More in May on the Tiger Warriors. That's why.
All right, guys. Warhammer 40k. What are they going to show us? I'm quite curious about this. I am curious about the community inbox.
So
everything we've seen so far has been quite mid. I wonder if 40k we're going to see something more interesting. I doubt it, but it could be interesting. Let's see.
So. Welcome.
Oh my god, that transition was so smooth.
That I'm prepared for.
Seamless, absolutely seamless.
So people haven't seen you guys in a while. So Dave, we last streamed together 7 years ago.
It was a while.
And Kev, we did do
Rome one. Yeah, yeah.
So welcome to the stream. Welcome to Total Show and Tell.
It's warm in here.
It is very hot.
Oh, it's crazy.
I don't know how Rich and Sean managed that with the heavy jumpers.
And the sad thing about that video is we didn't get to say big thank you to Rich and Sean for coming on. But I'm sure chat will show
Rich and Sean.
So who are you guys? Dave, starting with you. Who are you and what are you doing on Total Warhammer 40,000?
What are you doing? Who are you? Hiya. Yeah, so I'm David Petrie. I am the battle product owner for Total War. So basically, I look after the when and the what are the features that we're building across all of the super exciting games that we're doing. Of course, with a really big focus at the moment, as you might expect, on Total War Warhammer 40,000. So yeah. Also, massive 40k nerd, so this is a dream. Very, very orc-oriented is how I'd describe myself. We don't have to talk about interests or anything.
No.
Okay, all right, okay, thank God.
No,
it's orcs.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Kevin. I am the art director on Warhammer 40,000. I think it's fair to say that I'm a Total War veteran. 26 years making Total War games.
You were the man who did the spin in the December video, right?
That's right. Yeah. I'm secretly behind every developer in the studio, just lurking.
Dramatic Kev.
Yeah, exactly.
So the first question I had is a more broad one of how's development going?
Oh.
I'll throw that out to the room.
Oh, it's going terribly. Don't ask us. Why would they say?
Yeah. There's a lot of passion, a lot of fire, I think, to get something really, really awesome done. So yeah.
Oh man.
So I think the team is really actively moving. We're making a ton of progress right now. Battlefields, as far as I'm concerned, are pretty much in the bag, and campaign is making great progress. So
and
it's doing good.
So today we will be showing off one of the spoilers, I guess, but one of the planets, and we'll be showing off 3 battlefield flybys.
All right.
Just for those at home, what's the level of polish that we'll be seeing on the assets that we share today?
So I'll let Dave speak to the battle stuff. From what we're seeing on campaign, we captured it a few weeks ago. It is, I would say, relatively early, but it's definitely showing the intent of where we want to go visually with the planets.
So the again, I apologize because I captured the footage for this.
Yeah, and what we're going to be seeing on those is mostly the background artwork. So on top of that, there's a layer of there's the shroud and the region borders and all this kind of, and the user interface, etc., etc. So we're not going to take a look at that today.
So the caveats I had is, so I even the build I got here was from a separate branch. So there's
there's definitely a lot of
optimization
pressure
there,
on
others
Warhammer
have.
40,000.
Caveats
Definitely.
I have: there's optimization work, a load of optimization. There was no optimization on the planet clip because that was exploratory there. It's work in progress. The camera still having work, and I've written down Too Dark Planet Rear. Which I guess will make sense when we get there. So if you're happy, I'll throw us over to the planet.
Yeah, go for it.
So this is the first look at our intent for what a planet's going to look and feel like.
So that's a hive waste planet. So we can see the hive cities on there. We've got road connections. We have everything's a bit kind of sickly. You don't really want to go on vacation there with your mom or your kids.
On your own, then.
On your own, yeah.
No, nothing big since the Warhammer 3 section.
So this is one of our planet types. Our planets are kind of mix and match. We've got what we call biomes, which is the overall terrain type. So we've got arid biomes, temperate biome, ice biome, waste biome.
I don't know.
And then we also have
quite early, to be fair.
On top
I'm trying
of the
not to
planet,
pass too much
we
judgment.
have, different kind of civilizational types.
Okay.
So this is a hive planet. So we can see the hive cities on it.
So obviously the intent is to have like a spectrum of world types present, right? And obviously hives classically, they've got those hive cities on them, and then the waste that they produce causes a bit of a problem for the rest of the planet, right?
I think
but
it's
then also we are going to be looking at like frontiers and civilized worlds, etc., which are also sort of mainstay planet types that are within the galaxy. So there's all sorts of different planets with different purpose.
I mean, it's pretty insane. What's insane to me is that the campaign is going to be such a large scale. Lots of
often
different
lost. Sometimes forgot. Sometimes forgot.
You
Sometimes
can
forgot.
zoom in to
it
such
takes a long time
detail
for that, bureaucracy
onto
to
the
work.
planet's surface is quite interesting.
Is the goal here.
And just for everybody watching the stream, Dave is a designer. I'm an artist.
And you've got the
see
fleet
me,
on the left side of the screen there as well.
That's my obsession.
So the question I have then that will maybe hit both of you in a different interpretation
that's
is
wild.
What was the biggest challenge in trying to capture a whole planet?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not just about capturing a planet, because what we're really trying to do here is we're making a planet, we're making a Total War planet, we're making a Warhammer 40,000 planet. So we have to get the confluence of all those different items. This isn't just like planet Earth or Mars or whatever. So we really want to get the feeling that you're playing a Total War game, that there's a familiarity when you're playing it. Also, there's all of the background story with 40.
Yeah, so what I'm getting is there's going to be maybe a dozen or so planets. Every planet has a different kind of battle map type, right?
But now everything's getting wrapped around a ball.
And you're going to fight across different regions, on the planet and then planet to planet.
Actually, our lives have been made kind of easy, and a lot of our process is very similar to making the 2D maps because of our tool chain that we've developed. So the designers and coders have
imagine
a tool
just
that allows us to place
imagine
things quite easily.
The overhaul mods turning this into Star Wars.
So we promised to talk a little bit about scale here then. So I'll ask effectively the same question to you with a different flavour of it. If I'm a player, what is it like to try and capture a whole planet?
So you're going to be fighting through region to region, basically on these continents, with the aim of basically capturing like a key region or a key location within that. And across those conflicts, you're going to be encountering all sorts of different scale of civilization and what's the word, like density of the maps, etc. So it gives a really cool opportunity for you to sort of encounter like more desolate, wastelandy places, like you can imagine when you end up fighting on the perimeters of these hives. You're going to have like these wasteland battles effectively that are pretty much empty, right? Like some bits punctuating things, but largely it's pretty desolate out there, bar a few points of interest. And then of course when you work your way towards and into an actual hive, you're going to be fighting these much more dense, much more sort of like choke point oriented battles. But we'll get into a little bit of that soon, I'm sure.
Then, it's a great idea of then how I'm taking a planet. How many planets would be in a system?
A number of planets. More than one. More than one.
Well, it could be one.
It could be one. It's possible. It's possible to be one. But that's again strength of the tool set.
I would say it's going to be a handful of planets. It's not going to be like dozens and dozens of planets in the system. So it'll
How many can you fit in your hand? Fantastic. Then my last question on this bit before we move on to the battlefields. Then, what are the next steps? So what they've seen here is a capture from a couple of weeks ago, right?
Yeah, I agree with that, Colton.
What are the next steps internally?
Lots and lots of mistakes made, but I think they're taking a big risk with this, and with Medieval 3 as well. Like, there's a lot of pressure on them right now.
That we need to make. So, like the prototype, basic Hive waste planet is done. We've got all the components now that feed into our planet making system, so we can make many different versions of this planet, infinite versions. We can also mix this biome, so we can have Hive ice planets, Hive arid planets, etc. So we've been working through all of the different planet types.
Yeah.
The team is essentially going to be done next week with all the planet types. After that, we have been developing the actual systems.
Yeah.
So we have a pretty good. You can see in the background when I talk about the system, we're talking about where all the planets are living, and there's a star, and there's all the nebula and the backdrop. So we have a pretty good basis for that already, but we're going to spend the next month or so with the campaign art team focusing on all that stuff.
Fantastic. Then, should we talk about some battles?
Let's talk about battles.
Oh, guys in the chat, Bob Saget, Edgewalker.
So we
New nothing
as part of our
exists,
announced trailer,
okay?
we had,
Nothing new is
the
actually
Hive map,
good.
Which upper Hive Delta?
Upper Hive Plateau.
Oh,
Yeah.
Procedurally generated, maybe.
So Upper Hive Plateau.
I don't know.
And we did see the community kind of saying,
I doubt it,
that's
though.
a lot-
Total War being
that's a lot of
procedurally
things on the
generated
map,
from
right?
campaign to campaign.
And when we're doing trailers,
sounds
and
a
stuff,
bit
we do
weird.
Try and get there's the most going on. But what I wanted to do in this stream is, because we're talking to the Total War community, right? Is to show there's a variety there.
Yeah.
What we don't have, you spoke about like wastelands. We don't have like the lowest density map here, because those are a bit further in development. Still to be developed in that stage. But we do have some medium lows, and then the one.
And there's only so much we can talk about in one swing, right?
So when I said earlier that we had all the battle maps in the bag, that wasn't strictly true. We do have two additional maps that we're working on, which are the low density.
But look at that. That's exciting. That's really exciting. So to speak of this a little bit, basically, like there's going to be a really, really wide variety of spaces that you can fight in this game, right? Like you're going to be able to fight in much more dense environments and much more sparse ones. This one is like somewhere towards the bottom half of that sort of sparseness, right? Like you can see overall, you've got enough space on one side there to have an entire conflict, right? You can have two massed armies meet there, 20 units at least between that, having a big conflict on that side of the map. But you could also have it over here on the left-hand side, and it will end up being a little bit more sort of like rat runny. But the aim is, again, you've got all of these different tactical options and then sort of strategic elements that can come out of it. So one of the really big and exciting things that we're doing here is that destruction now is going to come into
it's a great looking map.
Right? So
that forest, I like the structure, the openness.
You don't have to keep
There's
it.
a variety.
Right, so if you find that pesky forest is getting in your way and you can't see around
things going on here environmentally
or you can
as
use
well.
it to hide in, right? And you classically use it to sneak things around and move around. So however you want to try and develop and use your units for your strategy.
It's kind of weird though, having like this sort of industrial looking map and then patches of forest.
And again, the firepower is off the charts. So when we started
feels a little
looking at things
weird.
like trees, we just went, well, these can't stay there.
Especially in this like icy landscape. It doesn't quite fit in for me.
I recorded this with a debug camera, so I doubled up the height that we would usually go, just because otherwise it would take me so long to go all the way around the map. There are some missing and unfinished elements. I think I recorded this from a build that was 2 months old. In the next clip, you'll see there's a few low-res versions of outfield buildings which have already been updated. But otherwise, I think the main thing I'd point out is just, it's a debug camera, and I plonked down 20 infantry guard. Just
all the same
in
guy.
the deployment, it's the same unit,
it's all the same
20
guy.
of them. Infantry squad, sorry. So just so they can see what that looks like in terms of how big these maps are.
No, they're absolutely.
I really don't like how these forest patches are like grouped together so tightly as well.
We're shipping with, and
looks really strange to me.
That they're all quite switchable in terms of lighting and biome, and also start pause when you're playing them different maps. So. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of options for the player.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
I want to see a ship get blown up, and then we can move.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Is it coming?
But I think another point to make here, and I think I've said this before in different forms, is that you're not always alone, right? Like again, we're fighting on this planet.
Ship blowing
there is
up.
a huge amount of conflict going across the surface of the planet as well, right?
Yes.
It's not you're not just you there, right? So when you show up,
anticlimactic ending there. I really want to see a ship blow up. Here comes.
He'll come back.
Okay.
Maybe someone spotted
Okay,
him.
maybe someone spotted him. We'll talk about it in a minute. But you're not alone, right?
Yep.
So when you arrive on this planet, it might be, depending on the campaign situation, that you're actually going to be joining a fight that might be in conflict. That doesn't mean there's loads of stuff going on, but there will be like a number of small skirmishes potentially happening in the middle of the battlefield.
Loads and loads of little tiny little narrow choke points as well
your
here.
alignment, I guess, and how much you care about those poor guardsmen and their lives.
Yeah.
But you don't have to care, and that's the wonderful thing.
Exactly.
So
this is the map from the trailer.
Yeah. Upper Hive Plateau.
I was trying to, because I think the lighting is automatically set from a pool when you load into a map. I was trying to match the lighting from the trailer, but I loaded it like 6 times and I just gave up.
Yeah, I mean, we've got about 40 different lighting setups, so you might be a while to try to find the right one.
Variety is key.
Yeah.
But I think like a thing we found really interesting to develop with was this concept.
I mean,
of,
with everything going on here, I really do
spaces,
wonder
right?
what the system requirements for 40k are going to be like.
There is a lot of complexity to building something that represents a hive world, right? And I think the team have done an absolutely stand-up job. I can't swear, can I?
No.
I really shouldn't swear. Wow, that's hard. They did a really brilliant job, like a flipping brilliant job. You know, really, they smashed it out of the park in capturing that. But one thing that we found with this universe.
Do I think
right,
the console releases will affect
everything
the
is
size
such an incredible
of
scale,
battles
right?
or modding
even these
scene?
intense spaces when you get down into
I don't know actually. I think console release will probably limit things quite a bit.
That you can conduct
but then it really depends on how they're developing the game. If they're developing the game to cater to both console and PC, kind of like in the same build, right? That's going to be quite difficult. But if they're going to do them a little bit more separately,
just down below the camera,
you might find that modding.
Come on, Josh. You can fit
battle limitation is kind of similar to what we've seen so far on PC, and then much more limited for console. So I really don't know. It might also just be that the new engine was built, or that sort of fragmentation, that sort of siloing of how development on PC can be quite different and
mental shift in playing is dense
kind of more open
Total War games.
Versus the development for console.
To work around the whole time. But a lot of these buildings I can get rid of. I can make this a lower density map if I want to fight on a lower density map, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we also have some amazing effects with bombardments.
We do, yeah. And again, you got these really powerful tools, right, to be able to sort of like blow apart.
Yeah, I agree. I think console version will be quite separate and
not
different.
Absolutely everything is destructible, right? Like we've kept it to areas where it really works, it makes sense, and it feels like it can really sort of add to that.
It doesn't,
but,
like,
another big part of it is
just looking at all this, it doesn't look like it's very limited. I think we would have seen a big difference if the console version was going to affect how it was being developed on PC.
Really powerful but flat-firing weapons, right? And so cover becomes incredibly important. So a part of the sort of the tactical tapestry of
we're seeing like the covers on right down there, bottom left.
All right, guys in the chat,
exactly.
Michael Davis,
but it really can
Bob Saget,
help the survivability of your weaker units.
Yeah, just let's try and keep the chat about what's going on
really,
sort
really
of in the stream.
When you've got fragile units, that fleshy
politicization
can't
or
take
not,
a huge amount of punches, or
we can all enjoy content as we like it, and
they need somewhere that
share opinions and have a good time, have a good chat.
Here he is.
So, if they spot him on the left, middle left.
Let's try and move on here.
Oh yeah,
there's a little guy there. So sometimes people stand on ruins. That's neat. But anyway, let's not worry too much now. But yeah, you can end up in these cover to cover fights, right? And at that point, it's about what tools do I have available to me? What can I unstick this situation with? And of course, you got so many toys here, right? You've got units that can jump over things with jetpacks and land and get into a melee, because melee is a great way to unstick a cover. But you also have
blow up a building that's next to them and drop it on top.
Drop it on them. Yeah, absolutely. You've got these wild bombardments if you positioned or have your fleet, in orbit nearby you. Part of that whole tactical and strategic space is stitching together the campaign and the battle, so that having that fleet present with the right things on it, with the right bombardments, with the right assortment of armament, can really, really help your battle. So if you've loaded it up with a macro
thank you very much, guys.
and
I appreciate
you've got a bunch of really angry space marines ready to jump down, they can appear
this to me is
where
it's basically
you
going to
don't- well,
be
the enemy
like
doesn't
Warhammer
want.
3
Right, so
but
there's
space
the really powerful
essentially
and cool tools
like
to
in
sort
terms
like
of
play with once you
battle
start to get
mechanics,
into-
the various
into the
abilities that you
space.
can use.
But cool, it looks pretty,
I
doesn't
mean,
it?
cover is an interesting concept.
I don't have to say
We
anything.
haven't
today.
really seen very
Everybody's just looking at it.
well
They can't even hear a word you're saying.
There was listening.
Cover systems in Total War, I think.
So what's different about deployment zones here?
So yeah, I think it's going to be quite interesting
yeah,
to
what
see
is
how
different?
cover and how it's deployed, how it's destroyed.
We want to make sure we
etc.
have, I guess, as many varied ways to play these maps as possible, right? And we have done tricks like this in the past, but we are leaning into it. So with this map, you can fight it north to south, effectively, so like from that direction. You can also fight it east to west, so you can have that deployment on a different, basically, axis. And we also are going to have assault battles, right, which have these sort of more entrenched positions that we're fighting against. And at that point, you might be defending sort of halfway out into that map, for example. So as a defender, you might be sort of halfway in, and we have all of these different sort of ways and configurations of making sure that the experience does stay fresh on these maps. Because of course, keeping it fresh and giving that variety just is super fun.
And
So,
speaking of variety, so we've seen an ice map. We've seen this is what's the biome for this one? Is it waste?
that will be a waste, yeah.
And what we'll show as well is, I think, one of your favourites.
Da-da-da-da.
This is an arid map. So this isn't an arid map, right? This is a map with arid on it.
That's right, yeah.
You know, one thing I wonder is, obviously, lots of Warhammer 40k assets being done from scratch, built up to fit the setting, right? I wonder if closer to game release or at release and people look into the code and all that, I wonder if there are any assets being used that they were developing for World War I Total War. Because we know, obviously, that was in development, it was cancelled. I think a lot of the mechanics and sort of design ethos here in 40k is probably being transplanted over from what they were doing for World War One. I wonder if also assets are going to be a little bit kind of like these towers, for example, could very easily be some sort of like
but and again,
World War One sort of I don't know, tower. I don't know. You know what I mean. Anyway, it'd be interesting to find out how much of World War One is influencing what development is being done for Warhammer 40k.
And you get these really cool and interesting spaces to fight in. And again, sort of looking at those sort of like ledges that you can fire down from. Again, with these flat firing missiles, the position.
Yeah, air superiority.
Really,
that could be interesting. Interesting feature to learn more about.
Of fire from
what about cover though? Well, we've had cover in Empire and Napoleon to a certain extent.
Part of that space. So making sure that we have that in the environment.
But like trenches, deployables. If you can use buildings as cover,
the big crash ship is a really good part of the map.
Because we know that a lot of it is going to be destructible too. So if you can hide kind of behind buildings, use buildings for cover, get a defense bonus from being kind of slightly concealed behind a building, stuff like that.
And they all fit, and that's the brilliant thing is you just get such an amazing spectrum of different spaces that you can end up fighting in.
This is actually like structurally a classic Total War map type. Basically, if you look at, it's a divide into with a few passing
choke points. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I only have one more question for you, and I think I'm answering it because I am going to ask you when will we hear from you next. But you're very busy making the game, so I think I know the answer to this, which is we have a few.
You think?
I think we've got a few things planned at the moment of when we're going to show more of Total War Warhammer 40,000. We're still working on exactly which is going to come out first. So regardless of which it is, by the end of June, you will have heard more about Total War and seen more, not just heard.
That's good.
Cool.
You'll hear more about Total War.
Probably from us too.
Probably.
Maybe, I don't know.
Can't get you away. All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to stick us onto a.
No,
summary
we did
screen,
not
so you
get
are free
Rome
to
2
Thank you so much for
64-bit.
coming on. Really appreciate
Sad
it.
face.
Thank you everyone in the chat for saying thanks to them. All right. We have one more section, and you're free to skedaddle. We have one more section, and that is our community inbox. So we had a really great reaction to our community inbox last time. We had it in its own separate stream. We found that you guys asked a lot of very specific game questions, and that is actually part of what inspired doing the show and tell. Let me reveal. There we go. It is. You're the only one I forgot to put a name tag on as well. So you'll have to introduce
I'm
yourself.
nobody.
But yeah, we had so many questions about specific game stuff, and we put them all to you in a bit of a gauntlet. We thought this format's a bit nicer, because then the game teams can answer all of the game questions, and to you we can pose more of the kind of franchise level questions. So welcome back.
Thanks. Glad to be here.
2-3 months since you last here. So we've trawled through your inbox again of people emailing in. There were a lot of emails. There were, when we did the announcement of the stream, then a lot more emails.
Yeah, you guys blew me up. I just kept getting alerts for like 3 solid days.
Exactly. So we have enough in the bank for another one of these in the future. Yeah. We're gonna ask just a few questions because we're relatively short on time. But there were some questions we saw real trends on. So for those who don't know you, because I don't have a name tag for you, who are you?
I'm Roger. I am the vice president for Total War. Big silly title. Ignore it. I am nobody. Everybody that you've seen so far, they're the real hard workers. They're the ones that make things go.
So we're going to put the harder questions to you then.
That's fine. That's fine.
So we've got, I think, 6 questions to run through, and the first of those is, I saw in the emails you get a lot of suggestions on AI. Either why don't you just do this, or how can't you do that?
Yeah.
So what is the biggest challenge for improving AI?
Yeah. So I have answers for this, but I know that as soon as I leave here, all the AI programmers and designers will find me and potentially punch me. AI is lots of various challenges. For one, our game is heavily based in simulation. And so the AI has to do stuff that the players could also do. And therefore, our AI has to be really dynamic. And we have like PhD level people who are doing the architecture of our AI in order to make it smart. But the other aspect of AI is that an all-knowing, all-seeing, all-doing AI is not actually fun. In order for the game to be fun, it needs to be both challenging and winnable. Like there has to be the hope of doing it, and an AI theoretically can see everything. So getting the balance between those two things is very, very tough. I'd say that the architecting and the designing of the behaviors and those things are probably the most challenging bit. But then there comes the design part, which is how do you make the AI itself feel good, and then how do you make it feel good for as many people as possible. I think it'll be nice, hopefully in the future, that we have various settings in the game that allow players.
I think those 40k units in a battle line was just deployment zone, guys. I mean, I wouldn't expect
many people
like 18th century battle lines in 40k. I think cover is going to be a very big feature that we're going to need to see a lot more of in future.
Raise HP and raise.
They want it to feel smart.
They want it to feel smart. So. Hopefully in the future we'll be able to implement more clever things like that.
Yeah, we did speak about in the Warhammer 3 section an update that will be coming in 8.1, which is a way of priorities changing. So all of that kind of stuff helps when it's layered on. I should have started with this question because it's super relevant to the actual stream we just did, which is, does working on multiple projects reduce focus? Why don't we just have everyone in the building working on the same thing?
Well, let's see. It doesn't reduce. Well, that's a nuanced question.
Yeah.
So it reduces focus for me because I have to be everywhere at once. We do have people who are dedicated to various projects. The way the games are made is that games are in various levels of production, and so you don't necessarily need the same people at the beginning as you do in the middle of production or near the end, and that we need to also move everyone. We also, so we have the ability to move people around, helps make our production more efficient. Also, if we were just a 100% staff, a complete team who could build a thing end to end, what you would have is that you may have places for no one nowhere to go. They're just sitting there not being able to do work. So we have to find that balance between making sure we have the right number of employees in the building who can always be working and be productive and also not be wasteful, and also have enough projects going at once that we can kind of, release game over game over game. It's the intent that we're trying to release a game, every several years. That's the desire for the business. Of course, it has to be good first. So the bottom line is it's not a loss of focus. It's a strategic decision to manage our people.
That is, I can see people as well. They are understand that I've maybe just given all of the hardball questions to you, and
Yeah,
everyone else
yeah.
got, how are you doing? And you're getting, why are you putting people on different projects? So the next
I don't
question
know.
is something
I don't have
actually
too
I think
much
a lot
thoughts
of our,
and feelings
our
about
player
this.
base will relate to, because they themselves
It,
have
it makes
go
sense
through
to
it.
have multiple projects at the same
What's the
time.
biggest hurdle in getting a new player into Total War?
So our game is really hard. The strategy games in general, but our game is really hard to talk about. It's not. It's if you play a shooter like Call of Duty or something, it's like, well, it's conceptually for people it's easy. You just pick up a gun, you point it, and you fire. Our game has depth and complexity and nuance, and a lot of the joy that you get from playing a strategy game, particularly Total War, is sort of the many hours you play, spend time like manipulating your game in order to appeal to the things that you're interested in, and getting people through that hurdle is a big step. So, I mean, to be fair, I think we've not done a very good job with our onboarding. I mean, we've tried. I think the prologue is probably our best effort for Warhammer 3. But, you know, the secret, the sort of in the industry, the jargon for games is easy to play, hard to master.
Yep.
And we just don't have the easy to play part quite right. So we need to get that part better. And then I think, you know, I do think there are many people who would love strategy games if we just gave it to them in a way that they could more easily absorb it. But
And I think what we've looked at is how to make the slope easier
Yeah.
without making it easy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Without making the game feel easy.
Really? I mean, Total
How
War
can I get
games
into
are
the games
already
industry?
easy.
This is a question you get quite a lot.
Yeah, I love
You
that
want to make it
question.
easier for people.
People find me on LinkedIn and they ask me this question, and I always answer because I think it feels like some big secret. There are multiple ways to get into the industry. There's no clear-cut way. I'll give a few examples, but I'd say probably the most important aspect to trying to get in the industry, if you really want to be in the industry, must be a willingness to relocate.
Mm-hmm.
Because almost certainly where you live, there's not a game studio. Almost certainly. And if you are brand new to the industry and you've never done anything that's relevant, you're probably not going to get a job that's remote.
Yep.
Because you don't have the skills, you don't have the thing that needs to be offered to a company to incur the fact that you're farther away. My recommendation for people is QA. QA is always a really great entry point to get in. I know lots of people who've gotten into QA who've had like master's degrees in psychology or mathematics or anything else. Obviously, if you can go, get training to do character art, programming or any of those things, those are obvious ways to get in. But if you're coming into it from effectively nothing, and you want to get into like game design or those sorts of things, QA really is the secret. And just getting QA job anywhere is better than nowhere. So like even if you're targeting like a really huge studio in order to get a job in your favorite game, just find somewhere that will give you a job. And then the last piece of advice, particularly for those that want to do game design, is get into the modding community.
Mm-hmm.
Like really
So many people here from the total modding.
Totally. I mean, my whole career, I mean, I've been in the business now for 20 years, and the vast majority of my designer colleagues have all come from modding of some flavor. And when you mod, you get to learn how games are made. You get to then experiment and share it with people and see how people react. Because so much of game design is really trying to understand human behavior, and understand what does fun mean.
Yeah.
And if you can spend time in your own free time learning that, when you do finally get a job and you get people who can mentor you, a lot of the language of understanding game development becomes much easier. But otherwise, QA, number one.
Fantastic, thank you. I have two more questions for you then, and they're pretty stonky. We see discussion a lot in the emails about where the game's moving, if we should be moving more towards a slower 4X game or a faster arcade game. Is there a franchise level view from you as to what our game's pacing is?
Yeah, so internally there's lots of internal debate about the franchise, me and people on my direct team, to define exactly what Total War is. That's not something I'm interested in doing, because I want Total War to be what it needs to be for the thing that we're building. So I want to make sure that when we start a project like Mid 3 or we start a project like 40,000, when we go into it, we're thinking about the basic structure and the way that Total War games are made. But I want the game to find itself.
Yep.
And so, if the game is better to be more arcadey and punchy and fast and zingy, then great. Or if the game is better to be slow and methodical and thoughtful and, crunchy, then that's okay too. I don't want to define a defined franchise direction. But that being said, I do think it's important for the franchise to try to.
Yeah, of course he's not going to define it.
To keep finding uniqueness and innovation, and to be exploring all those spaces. So I do think that 40,000 is very different from Mid 3. Yeah. They're going to feel very different, despite the fact they're both Total War games, and I think that's a good thing.
Yep. Then my last question for you, unless anything springs to my mind. There's a long-standing complaint that Total War is more fun early game than late game. What are the plans to tackle that?
This comes back to the
no plans.
To the sort of the question about new players in a lot of ways and getting them into the game. I think we have a lot of work to do in order to think about player interactions and design intent and how we create fun experiences in all phases of the game. We have very expert game designers, but I think it's Total War as a franchise is something that has just been built on over and over and over again. Things just keep getting added on and on and on.
And taken away.
I think right now with Total War Next, we are kind of coming back in some ways to first principles to ask ourselves like the important questions of why do we do this particular thing? A very silly question is like, why do we have unit cards as an example? Well, somebody came up with that decision ages ago. Do we now know why we do that? Is it important that we do that? Well, probably it is important that we do that. But we should be asking all of those questions so that we can then eventually answer this one. One other thing, though, that's completely unrelated to this, about the get into the games industry. If you are an experienced game dev,
so they have no idea. They've never quite.
I mean, in the chat.
It doesn't answer the question. I don't think they have any idea what to do with late game Total War.
That's
been a problem the
from
entire
the
franchise. They're not going to be able to resolve it with one conversation here.
I'll have to use the 40k one, the summary up. I hope people are able to watch some of it.
Wow. I mean, the community inbox was nothing.
No, I watched.
Medieval 3 was nothing. Rome 2 was just
we were able to
bad
show.
news.
I hope the
and Warhammer 3 and Warhammer 40,000 were just kind of cool. All right. I mean, Warhammer 3 we can gloss over. Warhammer 40,000, some interesting stuff to think about, I think.
Let us know what you thought. I've seen a lot of stuff in the chat as we were going up, but if you want another one of these, if you're interested in learning more about these, we've tried to be a bit more prescriptive in the dates and times that we've given. I think sometimes we can get called out as a little bit of coming soon, or it's so we try to be very deliberate in letting you guys know when you'll be able to hear more and put some numbers on things so that you can understand. But otherwise, give us your feedback, give us your thoughts, and thank you so much for tuning in. Roger, thank you so much for coming on and letting me ask you the hardest questions I could find in the emails that were sent to
you. Didn't answer them
ones next time. That's okay.
We'll have a recap blog with a lot of this information perhaps next week. But otherwise, thank you everyone for watching, and we will see you at the next one. I am not going to immediately end the stream like I usually do because I've managed to wangle getting the end times audio at full volume as our stream end music. So I'm going to let that play because it's absolutely fantastic. So thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you to all my guests, and we'll see you next time.
Right. So, just to recap people, we had a show and tell on Medieval 3 in which they showed some very early concept art for unit cards, for the HRE or not unit cards, unit kind of models, essentially visual changes, pre what they were thinking, post having consulted a historian. Really not that many changes, to be honest. They didn't, if I were them, I would be talking about how they're consulting with medieval modding teams like MK1212 or others. If they are, I think that would be a lot more interesting. But hey ho, Medieval 3, they talked a little bit about how You know, they want to do naval warfare. It might not be in the initial release. It might be a later update, but they're definitely doing naval warfare for sure. Siege warfare in terms of besieging a keep inside a city in its own kind of, you know, thing, isolated, kind of compared to the rest of a siege of a city, is something they're looking into, which I've always thought would be really interesting for a Total War kind of siege battle. You know, layered sieges starting with an outer wall, getting into an inner wall with a moat and the bailey, and then punching through there and besieging a keep. Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff they can do there as well. Yeah, I mean, just generally, Medieval 3 was very limited. We didn't really get much. I wasn't expecting too much either. We're essentially going to get a bigger campaign kind of flyover chat in June. While I'm kind of talking about this, by the way, we can just exit this and relaunch Attila here so we can go back into MK1212. And yeah, so June, we're going to look at a bit more in terms of, I'll just do continue campaign here as well. We're going to do a bit more in terms of campaign mechanics, you know, diving more into the campaign, which I'm quite excited about. Let me just close that as well. And then, oh, hold on. There we go. I guess it's loading. Hold on. It's fine. You guys can see all this. It's all good. And then we got into Rome 2 Total War, which was a lot more kind of bad news, I would say, really. I mean, they're doing some work on mechanical stuff for the battle and the campaign. They are what else are they doing? They're kind of updating the visuals as well to a certain degree. Didn't really talk about any sort of visual upgrade on the battle side of things, but definitely on the campaign side. Which again looked a bit kind of like reshade with some assets, maybe kind of visual upgrades, but honestly nothing too crazy in my opinion. Nothing really worth at least breaking all the mods that they're going to be breaking in the process of doing this. Lots of, you know, like I said, campaign stat changes, battle stat changes, like nothing new basically. No new content, no 64-bit, no multiplayer chat, no no anything that we would really want out of a update to Rome 2 Total War. Which just, you know, tells me essentially their kind of legacy updates are going to be quite bare bones, very limited, not really going to do too much. It's purely, I think, marketing. It's community goodwill building on the very surface, and we shouldn't expect too much. I think from what we've seen, I think it's going to be nothing special. It's one guy going into the old games and essentially modding them himself, Jack Lusted, to his own preferences, and yeah, I'm really not expecting too much from all that. And then we had a lot of Warhammer 3, Warhammer 40k, community inbox, which was all fluff, nothing really crazy. Warhammer 40k, I think, you know, some of the planet stuff, the scale of it, the design of, you know, region to region fighting, the battle map biomes and all of that. There's a lot of interesting stuff that I'm quite excited to learn more about. But again, it's very early days. It's all, you know, let's see what happens essentially at this point, at this stage. Expect disappointment and you won't get disappointed. Expect nothing. Expect nothing. Like keep your expectations incredibly low. You'll never get disappointed. You'll just kind of, I think you'll be extremely middle ground, have a reasonable head on your shoulders, look at everything that's going on, recognize the the truth, you know, the facts of their intentions, the level of work they're putting into it, what we should take seriously, what we shouldn't, and, you know, what's corporate talk, what isn't, and essentially just, you know, not really pay too much attention to what they're talking about and what's going on. The real info is going to come 100% when the gameplay, the real gameplay close to release is revealed. That's when anything real is going to come to our eyes, and we're going to really be able to make the true judgments of whether it's going to be worth getting into, whether it's worth, you know, buying and trying ourselves, essentially. So until we get gameplay reveals, I am, and I'm sure all of you will be as well, keeping your expectations incredibly low. And, yeah, just hoping for the best, but, you know, not really banking too much on it. Anyway, I need to go to the bathroom. Give me, like, 2 seconds, guys. Oh man, that was whew, I was holding that in for a very long while. Stratman, promote your like button. Thanks for the stream and keeping us updated. Goodbye for now. Thank you, Edgewalker. See you next time. So yeah, guys, that was the CA live stream in a nutshell. If you want to stick around, I'm gonna play a little bit more MK1212 today, and maybe for an hour or two, and then we'll call it. And I'm gonna do, obviously, a video release tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. But let's continue on here. So if you're just joining, or if you're just remembering kind of what this campaign is all about, essentially, we are the electorate of Trier, or Trier, rather. We have these 4 regions here. We went down and invaded the Hafsids and kind of got kicked out of North Africa pretty recently, but you know, we've got this little priest here, and they're about to lose Tunis, it looks like, to a rebel army, which is fun.
Salutation.
I like that. If we can go and build an army quickly, we might just be able to take Tunis ourselves as well. Maybe we'll send our faction leader. Oh, Arnold. Yeah, let's do that. Reinstate legacy? Crusaders of the Eternal City? Yes, please.
We hunger for battle.
Let's get you into... Oh, let's keep you out there. We will recruit some...
Are you ready to serve?
Units here as well. Some... Or maybe we'll do a variety here just to keep things a bit interesting. Arnold also has some skills. We're going to do morale when attacking, authority, and then we'll move on from there. What else we got going on here? I don't think we have too much, really. Leprosarium, town barracks. What is Lorraine's garrison like? Pretty good. I don't think we need the barracks upgraded. Dijon. We upgraded that Leprosarium to a sanitation. Oh, we're doing it right now. Cool. So sanitation is going to be a lot more in the positive, which is good. Okay, cool. I think we can end the turn, really. Let's see what happens next, then. Burrito Bandito. Medieval 3 is going to be lame. They don't have the moxie to touch religions fighting for dominance.
Give careful attention, and
Yep,
then
that's
careful
very, very
consideration
possible.
in your
Very
wisdom
possible.
to my words.
Ooh, England offering a marriage here to Philippa. She would marry Arnold. That's quite cool, actually. I don't really get much out of it, though, do I? Okay. We need Arnold to be married to start producing some heirs, so I'm okay with that. I like England to be an ally. I think when we're talking about Medieval 3, guys, I think that I'm a little more hopeful than the average person. I think that Medieval 3, in my honest opinion, is going to release into early access. I think it's going to be relatively not great in early access, and we're all going to say, you know what? That's okay.
We are a proud people.
They're doing this early access. There's going to be issues. They're doing this. They're making a game, and they're working with the community to make it a bit better. So, all right, let's work with it. And I think they're going to admit their mistakes. They're going to be communicative, and I think they're going to build the game around what people do want to a large extent. And I think that by version 1.0, I think it'll be good. I think it'll be better than most people think. Maybe not great, but I think it'll be good enough that people are happy with it.
Your command.
So that's how I think it's gonna go.
You may as well get comfy, men. Are you ready to serve? We need good fighters.
That's my assessment of how it's gonna go. Medium shock, medium crossbow.
You there, get to work.
Let's go with some medium crossbow here. Oh, you know what? These guys are expensive. I can hire mercenaries very cheaply as well. Maybe some electorate bowmen.
Soldiering, it's a good life.
And some medium shock. And then I think we also have a bit of work to do.
Hail! As requested, I give ear to your just and undoubtedly noble request.
We definitely have a little bit of work to do in terms of our political situation with 30% is not great. Eckhard as well needs a wife, so we need to figure that out. Yeah, we'll make Eckhard a retainer on Arnold. I think that'll be good. How do you feel about taking a turn in between taking walls to simulate the length of sieges? Hecleus, there are no changes to Rome 2. It's going to be balancing and stat changes, basically. I love it. Honestly, Anthony, I think that sieges deserve to have a few different phases. In fact, I would limit the frequency of sieges in a Total War campaign to very few here and there, maybe one every like 10 or 15 turns, right? And then I would have them have multiple phases. So you could have a prep phase, you could have a assault the walls, get into the city phase, and then you could have a assault the keep, breach the keep, take over kind of phase as well, I think. Yeah, I need to figure out what I'm going to do with loyalty with these guys. Yeah, let's see in the next turn. Let's just keep up our recruitment here. And then research-wise... Maybe we keep going down the economic route, maybe. Tax level's pretty good. I think we can probably raise it a little bit as well. This decreases immigration. That's fine.
Destination reached.
Hopefully we get a decent enough base game where modders can come in and make the real game. That would be another big thing. You know, Medieval 3 releasing early access, modders get access to it as well. I think there would be a lot of really positive back and forth between Creative Assembly and the modders, especially as well. In fact, I think that's probably one of the main reasons why Pharaoh got a big Dynasties update. A lot of work with modders to bring that update as successful and positive as possible. So how are we feeling about Medieval 3 so far, guys? 505 votes. That's crazy. 54% positive, 9% negative, 37% I need to see more, which is totally understandable. I definitely agree with that. Adopt, decrease. So I think we can probably adopt one of these guys. Maybe Friedrich. What is he like? Let's have a look. Dangerous. Authority -1. Oofed. Builder. Religious influence. Okay. Missile funds. Gather support. Strengthening your control over the political situation. Divorce. And secure loyalty. Diminish popularity. What are these guys' influence like? 186. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Let's adopt Friedrich. So see if we can do that. This guy is a retainer. That's fine. How are we doing here? Still got some recruitment going. That's fine. We'll just keep that up. And then we've got an army being built over here as well. Do we want to do any more with this army? Not really. Let's leave it, I think.
We hunger for battle.
Yeah, there's a pretty big difference between some of these units here. I mean, 25 armor is huge. There's a huge difference. So maybe we'll go, we'll have 6 cav units. We'll have 1, 2. I want some crossbowmen as well. That's the only thing. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we've got
Commander.
2, 3, 4, 9 melee units.
Ready for battle.
Here.
Commander.
Yeah, so I think we want to do maybe a couple crossbowmen.
To serve your people. Are you ready to serve?
Yeah, I feel like this is a good place to be at with these armies. Maybe we'll get rid of you and we'll just do
We hunger for battle.
some cheap melee. I mean, to be honest, we could just build both of these armies up and send both of them. Yeah, let's see what happens. One of the first things they talked about when they started releasing all this information was mod support. That is true. That is one of the things they said, yeah. Modding is a big focus for them, especially going into Medieval 3. Have they mentioned if unit movement will still be tied to being in a general's army? They have not mentioned that, no. I would really like them to change that, but Man, I don't know. The problem is AI, right? So it's not so much having a mechanic that everybody wants. It's the balance of having what we want with whether the AI is actually going to act like good enough, behave well enough with such a drastic change mechanically. All right, so we've adopted. We've got an illegitimate birth. Okay, interesting. Eckhard, you were literally under the tutelage of Arnold, and you went and did some pretty wild stuff there. That's cool. Lootbert back in the positive a little bit as well. Why don't we secure this guy's loyalty as well? Commander. And then that's fine. We got a bit more work to do with this army as well.
We hunger for battle.
We've got the Marinid Sultanate outside our lands here. Champions of the True Caliph.
Commander.
Okay. You know what? I kind of feel like sending this force ahead and seeing if we can do a little raiding at least and hire some hiring some mercenaries maybe would be a good deal as well.
Faster, damn you all.
3 turns. Yeah, that's good enough. Oh, guys, Tunis has become the Almohad Caliphate. The Hafsids have been absorbed into the Almohads. Huh. Okay. Interesting.
How can I serve you?
There were a couple armies going this way, so there's one army there. That's fine. Why don't we just keep an eye on that, actually? And then Tunis is 60% Sunni Islam at the moment, but I'm sure we can do a bit of work to keep converting them. Oh, looks like Aix-en-Provence is attacking Vienne here. Interesting. Oh, we got a little building slot in Dijon. Oh, and Trier. Interesting. Okay, so Dijon is kind of our main economic center. So I'm thinking... Oh, watermill could be good. 150 for ministry, commercial buildings. Maybe we go for a watermill. Yeah, let's go for a watermill there. And then Trier is our primary sort of recruitment center up on the northern side here with this ecclesiastical domain as well. We have an iron mine though, which could be good. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get the iron mine. Alrighty then. I think we're gonna end the turn.
I dislike begging.
We're definitely not doing a non-aggression with France. We might invade France. Yeah, so after that live stream, I think I might make a video tomorrow talking about it a bit more in depth. Gathering my thoughts, discussing the changes coming to Rome 2, because, you know, realistically, I don't think it's going to be a very positive change for the game.
At your command.
Based on what they've been talking about, right? And then just a little maybe recap on Medieval 3 and what they talked about there. I mean, everything else is quite fluffy, so yeah, I feel like that would be the way to go about it. Hey, Chase Gray. I'm going good. How are you, man?
soldiering. It's a good life.
Might as well fill this army out a little bit more. Dijon, 14, 17. Yeah, all these regions are doing pretty good. How are we diplomatically with France? What's France like with everybody else? Pretty poor. Oh, we are actually trading with France right now, but things are deteriorating. So yeah, I'm not like super worried about a French army. That's fine. Let's get on the water here with this army. Let's start moving south towards Tunis here. %71% now, so it is increasing. But let's see. There's a huge amount of public order disorder here as well, which is fun. Nikolaos with an upgrade. He is a governor here. So what do we want to do? Personal influence? No, we don't want to go for that. Cunning would give us upkeep, maintenance cost. Maintenance cost might be nice. Yeah, a little bit. Authority would give us public order. Wealth from commercial buildings maybe as well. And then Lootbert here. Lootbert. Okay, we'll do tax rate with him. Okie dokie. It's like Upstal Boom with an army just outside Trier. How are we with them, actually? We are not doing too hot. Trier has a decent garrison, though, I remember, so... yeah, I'm not too worried about them. Let's end the turn. Am I the Holy Roman Emperor yet? No, I am not. I think Milan is at the moment. But I would like to be. Ooh, interesting. The Marinids are besieging
We are
France.
a proud people.
They have a small army, though. Or maybe not, actually. No, they're not besieging. I think Orléans is just building. It kind of looks like they're under siege, but they're not. What are you up to? Upstyle Boom. Oh, we've lost Antwerp. All right, yeah, to the English. The English took Antwerp here. Which is fine. Trade dissolved with the Duchy of Brabant, who was in Antwerp as well. Yeah. Interesting. Right. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about the European situation, really. Let's move down to Tunis. I do want to take Tunis for myself. Damaged garrison, besiege it really quickly, take it, and then the second army can come and reinforce as well. We've got a decent income going. Sanitation is 0 here, so it's fine. Might need to upgrade the adjacent province as well. We do have the city center here that I've built. What do we want to do? Tax rate, food consumption, wealth from industry, construction cost, maintenance. We've got the baker. The baker could be nice. Yeah, let's go with the baker here. And Dijon has just built the water mill, which we might upgrade as well. And then we've got Trier with the leprosarium. This 4,000. Yeah, let's go with the leprosarium upgrade there.
At your command.
I've just researched the windmill here. I think let's go for the wheelbarrow. 5% from industrial buildings. A nice enough bonus. doesn't look like my Holy Roman Empire mechanic is working here either. So Friedrich, I think we can maybe, because he's in our family now, we might want to put him somewhere in here. He's a governor, so public order, wealth from industrial, government costs, public order, upkeep, replenishment. I think we'll go with the Baron of the Exchequer. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what happens next. What you reckon Medieval 3 release year will be, 28 or 29?
My lord offers you
Peace with the Almohads?
Tomorrow, his
Interesting.
preoccupation.
No. I think it'll be 28. In my honest opinion. I think it'll be 28.
We always remember with honor those we consider to be friends.
Genoa.
Do you not wish to be counted in that number?
Yeah. Okay, this could be interesting. At least the Holy Roman Empire isn't in full civil war after you broke the Emperor peace. Yeah. No, the Empire is holding together, but let's see. Let's see. What's the appeal of Attila? I've never played it. Bob Saget. Attila is, like, base game vanilla Attila is quite interesting because of how much more of a game of survival it is. Whether you're the Western or Eastern Roman Empire, huge amounts of survival. Kind of what am I?
Not noticed that a marriage?
What am I doing here? How do I survive the
I am
hordes?
certain that with your famed wisdom, you can see that we benefit from your friendship, and you from ours.
Yeah, I'm gonna accept that non-aggression. Take the money. Yeah. Attila, but then also on the other side, you've got these smaller factions, right, that are kind of taking advantage of the situation and invading Roman lands, or, you know, expanding slowly but surely. Those are always super fun as well.
At your service.
Alright, office secured. That's cool. Brabant has been destroyed. Power is acceptable for the moment, but we might need a little bit more going on here. I love that. It is, isn't it? Yeah, our king is in the Mediterranean, heading towards the Almohad Caliphate. Amazing. Luitbert has huge amounts of influence as well, so maybe adopting him could be a good idea. Insufficient influence. Can Friedrich adopt him? Friedrich could adopt him. I love it. Nikolaus or Luitbert. I mean, I think Luitbert is going to die really soon as well, though. So maybe we don't really need to adopt him. Bezel funds, gather supports. And what is our 94%? Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. All right. The mod got an update. No, it hasn't gotten an update, really. There's a big major update in the works, guys, for MK1212, but it's not out just yet.
I dislike begging.
What do you think CA will make after Medieval 3? So if I were to theorize, I think that Warhammer 40k is coming out in 2027. I think Medieval 3 is coming out 2028 early access. It will release then into version 1.0 2029. And then 2030 would be my guess, or maybe not 2030, maybe 2031 or 32 would be like Empire 2 Total War. Because that's the next like natural big win from a historical Total War perspective. And throughout that time, 40K will get a lot of love and work and all that. Maybe they do a Warhammer 40K 2 in the lead up, in the sequel, the kind of post Warhammer era. Right, so hold on, let me get you off of that. Let's get you up here. And we will besiege the city.
Let them cower like kenneled dogs.
See if we can get some mercenaries as well. Yeah, that's fine. Then the second army
At your command. Embarking.
is like maybe 3 turns behind. Yeah, about 3 turns. That's okay. The king has this in the bag.
Ready, willing, and able.
Need to increase the slots as well eventually. I don't think they'll ever do a World War I or World War II. Like, I think World War I is incredibly ambitious, and a lot of the mechanics just don't really fit, I think, Total War very well. I think that World War II is also extremely difficult. I think it depends on Warhammer 40K, if I'm being honest, if they do a World War I or World War II or not. If Warhammer 40K is like really well received and mechanically the battles are really good from a cover, you know, ranged warfare, destructibility, tactical options of you know, various types, I think that'll be a much better indicator of whether World War I, World War II ever gets made. But for me, it would probably be Empire 2, right? Medieval 3, out the bag, big positive win there, and then follow it up with a huge Empire 2 for everyone, essentially. That's my guess.
How can I serve you?
All right, so just double check over here again. I don't think so. Nope, nothing there. I don't think they're sending an army up here from the south either. Any sort of mercenary? Yeah, we could get another mercenary here.
We take this settlement.
So we're gonna auto this because the defense is gonna be a lot more. Yeah, we didn't lose that much, which is fine. We are going to loot and occupy.
We hunger for battle.
Yeah, like I said, they don't have anything. We're gonna do the replenishment, which is totally cool. Replenishment. Where is? Wait. Alignment. Recruitment. Fine. Morale. Wow. Okay, cool. You know what? I'm gonna go personal influence then. I think the more personal influence our king has, the better, of course. So that's what we're gonna do there.
At your command.
Then Tunis has -48. That's fine. We will Plaza Town Barracks. Let's repair the main settlement building. Let's leave the docks. Let's... What is our food? Food is not bad, actually. Food is pretty good. Banditry -3. Buildings -1. City Square. 1020. Yeah, let's leave things until our second army comes down here. Let's leave things as they are. Can I deploy you? Yes, I can. Nice. Catholic Christianity on the rise. Any secret tricks on Attila? Oh, man, dude, I have not played vanilla Attila in a long time, so that is not the right answer for me. It depends. Not the right question for me. It depends on what faction you're playing, though. So, what faction are you thinking about playing? Bread maker. Oh, he's on his way. Jean with the upgraded forge mill. We can do that. Antwerp. Can I do anything for trade yet? Now that I have a port city? No, I think I need to upgrade. Not upgrade. I need to repair the city first. Also, I wonder if France is at war with anyone yet. Yes, just Toulouse. Okay, that's fine. Anthony, when did they say they were working on Empire 2?
As long as our strength remains, we would be honored.
No, I'm not doing non-aggression with France. No, thank you. Can you believe it, guys? Like, when I used to do live streams 2 or 3 years ago, my maximum would be like 2 hours, like 2 or 3 hours. We are now approaching 4 hours. And I could go for another hour, to be honest. I'm really enjoying this campaign. At this point, I'm more excited for 40k, but Medieval 3 with the speed they're going is still promising and is showing a good mix of historical accuracy and details. Hopefully, we see a lot more. Yeah, I agree. I'm not, like, super excited about Warhammer 40k. I think there's a lot more riding there in terms of pressure. But I am excited about Medieval 3. I think there's a lot of potential for Medieval 3 to be a decent game. And we're gonna dismantle that. We're gonna dismantle that, and we're gonna be able to build up a little bit more after that. That card has now returned and is ready for more. I wonder if we can see if we can marry him off to anyone powerful. Maybe Aragon? Aragon could be fun. They're not very happy with us, but it is improving.
Welcome. And let us be honored by your attendance.
They don't have any daughters, unfortunately. As Milan.
Your people's reputation goes before you.
No. Verona, Aragon. England, we're already married with. What about
Hail.
Sicily?
As requested, I give ear to your just and
Nope. Venice.
Hail. As requested, I give... Hail!
Oh my god, if I hear
As
another
requested,
hail.
I give ear to your just... On behalf of our people, welcome.
Okay, how old is Eckhard? He's 23. It's fine. We've got Arnold. He's got a son, Friedrich, and Eckhard already has an illegitimate son, so it should be fine. I'm not too worried about that. I wasn't thinking faction specific, but more of a general secret trick within Attila's mechanics, perhaps more of a tactic trick. Yeah, honestly, it's difficult. I mean, with Attila, the biggest problems I found is always sanitation. The AI will never attack you unless it absolutely thinks it can win. And like we see here, a lot of it, like Rome 2, is kind of just building up and not really doing too much. So the AI in the campaign can be quite passive. Yeah, it's a difficult question for me to answer. I haven't played in a long time, Vanilla Attila.
Disembarking.
The main thing I would say is also raiding. Raiding is so powerful in Attila. It's so easy to make a lot of money if you stack up stats on raiding and you raid your enemy before you attack. So the Almohads are sending an army to Tunis. They're kind of locked in over on the west side of the region. All right, and we've got an army now supporting the city as well. Excellent. And we can convert Tunis into a walled city. We've got the jetty all done as well. Town barracks. I don't know. Let's convert the fields and the plaza. Repair cost 30, so we'll get the plaza repaired. I think let's just dismantle the town barracks as well. Probably cheaper to build it from scratch rather than just repairing it. And then I just want to shift this guy over here for a moment. Yeah, because I thought that they'd have multiple armies. They do have multiple armies. 12-unit army here, 11 over here.
At your command. Ready for orders. Commander, ready for battle. Commander.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to give...
At your command. Ready for battle.
We're going to stick our general, our king, outside the city.
Make haste, men.
We're going to give him some of these units. What do we want? We've got a decent number of melee units, actually. Maybe I'll do like... Maybe I'll do a couple melee here. Maybe we'll do some ranged. And some of these cheaper mercenaries as well. Wait, this is our king, Arnold. Right. No, let's do the opposite. So we'll give you these guys, and we will take all of this. Yeah, that looks about right. So we'll keep this army in Tunis defending. We'll have this army outside the city
Would that I were as
in
swift as the
a
angels.
fortify. Do we want the fortify? Yeah, I think we want the fortify stance. I mean, we could even ambush, actually.
Ready for orders.
No, we can't. Okay, that's
Look
fine.
to the defenses.
We'll just keep you in fortify. See what they do.
Ready, willing, and able.
Okay. Friedrich. Go tax rate. If Medieval 3 doesn't have Oliphants. Oh, we got an agent. Attacking our priest. No, our priest. No, I don't believe it. Ooh. The Canton of Schwiz. Attacking
We are not a friend
the
for
Dauphin
the new
of
moon and an
Vienne
enemy in
there.
the old.
Okay, okay. For those of you who are here who watched the CA live stream, what are you thinking? How do you feel about it? Let me know what you think in the chat. Rebellion Tunis, that's fine. Mark Ward. Oh, sad times. Sicily's declared war on Serbia. Cool. Guess we don't really need that priest for the moment. But we did lose a governor, didn't we? Or maybe not. Who was Markward then? Oh my god, he was the other priest. We lost both priests in the same turn. One from natural causes, the other assassinated. Wow. That is quite the turn of events. Let's... Here, in Trier, I can recruit another one. Watchman, natural gifts. Oh, these are all terrible. Let's go with natural gifts. No, we'll leave him for now. Wow. Okay. Then we got a little bit of money here. We can convert the plaza. We can build some of this as well. Water mill, muster ground, city square. Olive trees, that's quite nice. Catholic chapel is probably required in this province, in this region. And we probably need a leprosarium as well. We have 0 sanitation buildings here. I'm going to dismantle this and go for the olive trees in this region for that resource. And then we need to build up the trading docks here as well. Okay. Yeah, let's see what the Almohads do. I'm guessing they're gonna attack with an army. So we will be fighting a rather largish battle. Luke, I'm a little disappointed. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I'm a little disappointed too, buddy. All right, our assassin. No way. Oh my gosh. Our assassin has killed our king. That is so sad. Oh no. The Almohads. I missed the interview, how Medieval 3 sounds like. To be honest, Hans, we didn't get too much. The Medieval 3 section was very minor, very limited. They showed us a little bit about the unit visuals that they were working on. They told us, you know, they're working with historical consultants to make it a bit more authentic. Authenticity is important. And that's so sad.
Commander. Ready.
Oh, Gerlach is back.
And able. As you
He was just wounded. He wasn't killed. That's good. That army over there. Yeah, they also mentioned about naval warfare, how they want to do that 100% for the game. So yeah, there was not much in terms of Medieval 3. I'm not gonna lie. Right, where are the olive trees? Watermill, olive trees. Here we go. I think that would be good. Dauphin of Viennois with the Marinid Sultanate. War declared. Yep, with Verona as well. And then we've got this army over here.
Ready for battle.
Which I'm kind of just... I think I might just wait for public order to get back a bit more positive before attacking them. And then we're going to wait for this to be built before I want to go down and attack Almadia as well. Whoa-ho-ho. We got a little army here in Almadia, so that'll be interesting. Yeah, I don't think we want to do too much else at the moment. Might want to deploy Magnus over here at Dijon. Oh my god, this agent killed another one of our generals. No way, am I right? Am I? Oh, Arnold is back. He wasn't killed. Okay, cool. We're just gonna give him some of these other characters, basically. I mean, crazy. Deployed, that's fine. Almadia is being converted as well, which is very cool.
We hunger for battle.
Right, so this rebel army
to victory. Advance.
Gonna get pushed back here, which is fine.
Hunger for battle. I'm afraid we cannot. Ready for orders. On the move.
Let's just take care of that. Hans, yes. They talked about Rome 2 Total War.
At your command.
Because they are in the process of updating their legacy games. And they're starting with Rome 2.
The angels. You may as well get comfy, men.
So, yeah, they're starting with Rome 2. To be honest, I'm not a big fan of what they're doing. I think that they're essentially doing some very minor balancing changes to the campaign and to the battle side of things. They're bringing on some of the stuff that they did for Pharaoh over to Rome 2 with things like consolidated sort of building trees and campaign drones or Britannia in terms of like critical hits. Changing the stats of like charge defense and flanking and things like that, basically. So it's not amazing, if I'm being honest. And they're going to be breaking a lot of mods in the process of doing that as well.
Ready for orders.
So yeah, that's how I think about it, essentially. This is Hans. Okay, cool. All right, yeah.
My wits and words are yours. I shall see to the grain stores.
Public order is going back up now, which is great. Got a little bit more money. Can we use it for anything here? We've got the Leprosarium. I think we'll wait and we'll upgrade the jetty here. Alright, so I think the Almohads may... No, they're not going to attack. Okay, fine. I don't know, man. The problem is they didn't show enough. Hey, Majai, how's it going? Majai has his own YouTube channel, by the way, guys, so definitely check him out. He's got some great videos there. And give him a sub. I agree. I don't think they showed enough, but to be honest, I don't think there's a lot to show. So, yeah. Don't think there's a lot to show, unfortunately. Assassinate. Failure. Kingdom of Bohemia has been destroyed. Lootbert has died of natural causes, so, yeah. That was always going to happen. I think let's get the trading docks here in Tunis. And then Lootbert is dead. Our son Friedrich. Oh, maybe we want Eckhart in here as well. Yeah, let's get him into the Castellan position. Friedrich could be much higher up here. So we might go with the constable position for him. Allows all these sort of high influence people, but hopefully Nikolaus is going to die soon as well. He had polled. Cool. Find your family from the following... Yeah. UK. What are we doing for loyalty? 9, 9, 10, 5, 6. Yeah. All good here. All good. Yeah, they're surrounding us, getting ready to attack for sure.
We hunger for battle.
Ready for orders.
All right. Magnus, we can assign some skills to our populace. That's what we want there. And right, we need a governor. I don't want to use him. Gonzalin. Burgundy or Tunis? Maybe we'll do Tunis with him. And we could go for maybe rural way houses? 1,000 tax rate. Yeah, let's go for that. Some more growth here in this region as well. No DLC for Rome 2 is a bummer in the way they said it. I mean, does this company even care about their games? They know people would buy Alexander if they just dare to make it. True.
I speak with the voice of my people.
Oh, England is offering their other daughter. Interesting. Integrity when husband is commanding. Well, he's going to marry Friedrich. Huh. He's 43.
Your wisdom would be obvious to all the world if you heed my words, those of a plain-speaking Roman.
Okay. The 64-bit is the biggest miss, in my opinion, as well. Yeah. Honestly, from what they mentioned about armor, kind of took away from what I was hoping for. I was hoping for freedom on coloring and styling, similar to Shogun 2. Yeah, their heart is in the right place to bring the old games up to standard, but it isn't the things it needs. Like, yeah. Yeah, I agree with all you guys. I mean, you want to go back to your older games, modernize them. Why are you playing around with balance? You've had all the opportunity to play around with balance, and you have in the past. Like, yeah. I mean, you don't need to add new content, but modernizing it with new chats, new 64-bit UI scaling, like all of that, all of these modability, like there's so much more they could have done, honestly. But yeah, it is. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. I agree with many of you. Ooh, big garrison.
We hunger for battle.
Hans. Yes, Hans. With movement range. Tunis. Main city is built up now, which is great. So we have this garrison here, which is what? 8 units. We got 8 here. That's a decent force defending. Don't have to worry too much about what's going on here. We will go with cattle herd.
Commander.
And then I am going to move this army down here.
Make haste, men. Is that all?
And do a little bit of raiding. Yes. And let's see what they do. If they attack, I think we're in a pretty good position to defeat them. If they attack Tunis from here, I think we can defend the city pretty easily as well. All that's done. Oh, we got a noble birth. That's nice. Excellent. All right. Why wouldn't you update Rome 2 with 64-bit? It's so odd. I know. Oh no, they're going after my priest again. Missed. Excellent. The bread maker. Your voice is so iconic. You would do well as a voice actor. Could you give us some voice line samples from Medieval 3?
We are not a friend for the new moon and an enemy.
Dude, I would love that.
Come.
Oh, the Kingdom of Lombardy has become the new emperor, Holy Roman Emperor. Okay. Cool. Medieval 3 voice lines. Man, I would love to. I would love to. What about something like, you open the diplomacy screen, you get a non-aggression offer. You could do like a messenger arrives in the court with the message. That's sort of like a, my lord, the Kingdom of France offers a non-aggression.
I respectfully request that we cooperate fully in opposing our many enemies and rivals.
Or like a, my lord, the peasants are revolting. What say ye?
Ready for orders.
I don't need to do too much here. They're not reacting, really. I don't think we want to attack them either. Large garrison, medium-sized army. All we have to do is just protect Tunis long enough. Versarium, I don't think we're going to build that.
We hunger for battle.
Don't have any sort of recruitment options. 6th Crusade called for Jerusalem. Yes, rank gained. So Magnus is this guy here. Red religion, maybe cunning as well. Could go with sheep herd there.
Commander.
I missed the Medieval 3 news. Still no info on whether there will be naval battles, right? So, Patrick, they did actually mention that they definitely want to do naval battles. So, whether it's in early access release or an update, like a major update post-release, naval battles will 100% be in Medieval 3. So they did confirm that. What is a little bit more up in the air is keep assaults. So besieging the final layer of the city, the very inner layer, the most highly well-defended part of the city, as its own sort of like siege. That's a bit more up in the air. They mentioned that. They didn't really say much, to be honest. Who would I want to voice as a faction? That's a good question. I'd love to do Scotland because I'm part Scottish, so you could do like a oh god, I might butcher this really badly. I haven't done a Scottish accent in so long. Whenever my mom is around, we kind of switch up the accents a little bit, but it's been a while. You could go like proper Glaswegian, like no, I don't want to butcher it. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. Well, oh man, I'm trying to like form it in my head like a sentence. Like an advisor. You are the Kingdom of Scotland. England, to your south, is looking to crush your latest rebellion. Your recruitment options are minimal. However, the levies are gathered round your banner. That's a little kind of leaning Irish as well, though, towards the end. Kind of like a faction intro for Scotland. Like, Ireland across the sea is push. Oh, I don't know. I kind of lost it there, but you get the idea. I'm playing Medieval Kingdoms 1212 AD. All right, so they brought that army up, which is fine. That actually gives me an opportunity. I might just go over and attack that army. Leave this one down here.
Ready for orders.
Oh, hold on. Worthy Bride. Let's intervene there. Can I attack this army? No, I can't. Okay, that's fine.
Waiting for orders.
And do I want to spend any money up here? Trier. Oh, let's increase that. Get some more income going. We can reduce the tax level a little bit as well for the public order in Tunis. Anything here? It will go that way as well. Trying to go for that public order here in Tunis. All right. That was superb. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hello, Aine, what's up? No Huns campaign. No, I was thinking about it, but I wanted to continue this Medieval Kingdoms campaign since a lot of people were enjoying it. I was enjoying it. And since we were all kind of waiting on some Medieval 3 news with the live stream today, it felt like a natural segue. Sail to Ireland and steal all of their potatoes. We sail for the potato lands. Oh, aye. I love me a lovely, good, well-cooked, mashed up potato. A bit of butter, a bit of salt and pepper. Who else would I want? I could do like an Ottoman faction voiceover too. Because I'm obviously half Turkish, so I could do it in proper Turkish, obviously, like a faction intro that's sort of like Or maybe like a diplomatic screen popping up, messenger. Efendim. Amirimiz hazır. Savaş. Yeah, something like that. Or you could just do like an Ottoman accent. How would I do an Ottoman accent? That would be interesting. My Sultan, the enemy besieges our city. What? How will we defend our people? No, that was terrible. That was terrible. Who was killed here? I don't know. Duty calls the Crusaders of the Eternal City. So this army over here. Another Lootbert. Man, this assassin is doing work. He really is.
Ready for orders.
They're going back towards the city. Quazantina has a very small garrison, so I think attacking them is a proper good idea over here. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, this could be a very fun battle here. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Aw, thank you, Nameless. Yeah, you could really play around. I love a good like Turkish English accent. So it'd be like a and you could do a mix too. So you could do like English and Turkish. You could do like Sultanım, the enemy has besieged our city. We must fight. We must defend our lands. No, that was also terrible. That was a stupid, silly mix of Scottish and Turkish. We must defend our lands. Those bloody English. All right. So my iPad has died. I can't see chat. My phone is at 14%. Oh boy. Where are we? Here we are. Wow, 600 votes in the poll. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I think faction voiceovers, Scotland would be fun. Turkey, Ottomans, that would be fun. Like some Arabic factions. Yeah, those would be the main two I'd want to do it for. Yeah, the Ottoman voices in Battlefield 1 are really good. Actually, that's a great point. Okay, here we go. So, got a nice patch of forest here as well. Got lots of cover. Got these guys. We'll get these guys. Yeah, we'll keep them there. I think we'll have our ranged units coming from the left would be... Shields are on the right, so no, yeah. Coming from the right would be better. Then we can have our cavalry coming from the left. I think we will need some sort of cav support for our crossbowmen, but otherwise it should be fine. Right.
Understood.
Where are the reinforcements? Okay, the reinforcements are over here.
Have arrived.
Which means I can actually probably harass them with cavalry pretty easily. Whoa! What happened there? But we'll leave them.
The enemy has been spotted.
There they are. Just let the rest of the cav catch up. Perhaps I missed the video of you explaining changing your name. May I ask what the reason was? Hold on, I can't really hear myself with all the music. I'm just gonna turn the music down a little bit. Okay, so the main reason for the change, guys, was honestly I just wanted a change. I wanted something different and new, and I felt like Terminator didn't really reflect truly what the kind of channel I was trying to really build here, which was like strategy gaming and talking about lots of different games, you know, within the genre. So that's why it kind of pivoted. I wanted to talk a bit more about a variety of games and not just be known for Total War, essentially. Big charges over here.
Forward. For glory. Show.
All right, all these guys are in line as well. Move you forward. We got the enemy general coming in as well, which is not cool. I might need to move some of this cavalry back. Come on. Oh, it's a ranged general unit. Of course, that makes sense. And this unit is getting instantly demolished.
Return to the battle.
Big charges over here. I love it.
The men are broken and are fleeing. Camo warriors!
Get the camels over to these slingers.
We fight or we die. Order. Forward! Engage! Forward! Look! They're hidden units! The enemy are ambushing us! Our men flee the field of battle. This is a shameful display.
I mean, why? Why are you staying stationary? Come on, man.
The enemy has found our concealed units. The men are running. Stand and fight, damn you! The enemy general is fallen!
Enemy general's dead.
The enemy has obliterated an entire unit!
Ooh, big spears, big spears.
By your command! Spears! Ready for battle! Engage! For glory! Forward! You command! Answers me! We'll kill them all! What are your orders? Engage! Double time!
All right, we caught them. That's good. This guy, not too hot. All right, let's get you out of there. Gotta hop off. Love your videos and everything. Keep it up. Thank you, Anthony. Really appreciate it, buddy.
Our men have given up and are running for their lives.
Man, cavalry is so hard to manage in MK1212. In Attila generally, but like MK1212 is so temperamental.
Swift melee cavalry. Ready for battle? Engage! At the double! men are fleeing! The men are broken and running for their lives!
All right. I mean, not too bad, but again, cavalry is just so, like I said, difficult to manage. I feel like an MK1212. They're just so spongy. Like, ugh. And base game Attila doesn't really, like, they're very powerful. I really like cavalry, but the way they don't really absorb damage well is just really difficult for me to manage in Attila. I mean, look at that. To lose 3 of those units is just crazy to me in a battle like this.
Ready for orders. We cannot do that. We hunger for battle. Laying siege to the settlement! Besieging the settlement!
Oh, we can get some nice cavalry units. We'll do that. And then...
Commander.
Yeah, we could actually send this army and destroy them, but...
My wits and words are yours.
Yeah, I think it's fine for now. Okay. We're gonna play a couple more turns here. Oh, they're really gonna attack Tunis. Interesting.
A treaty between our peoples would see us all...
No, I'm not really interested in that. Let's see if I can take this other city from the Almohads. Yep, and then...
Laying siege to the settlement!
Yeah, nothing left here. Hope we can minimize the casualties and not lose that other unit. We didn't, which is good. Nice. And then I think we'll loot and occupy. Let's take the money. Got lots of income now, so we can probably reduce the tax level a little bit. Here, we can do a bit of work with him. We could actually join the crusade as well. Noble birth. Hostile agent.
We hunger for battle.
Cool. Might need to upgrade that building.
At your command.
And then, yeah, we're replenishing here, which is fine.
Ready for battle.
What do we want to do? It's a provincial capital. Gibbets, do they have any resources? No, they don't. I think this would be a good castle, to be honest. So let's dismantle that. Berber camp would be right. And then a plaza. Let's dismantle you and you as well. And maybe get some recruitment options going here. Yep. 1243 AD. So what is this? Turn. If I tried to save it, what turn are we on right now? 63. Wow. It's been a wild campaign, huh? Cool. Maybe let's upgrade that as well for the money. 1,400. Yeah, so Dijon is doing pretty well for us. Income-wise. Alright, let's see what they do over here. If they're gonna attack or not. Right, no. So they're going to retreat back across the Mediterranean there. I mean, they wouldn't have been able to take the city for sure if they attacked.
We always remember with honor those we consider to be friends. Do you not wish to be counted in that number?
No, I do not. Alright, so lots of demolition done, some ranks gained as well. Religion. Agent action cost, agent self-defense would be zeal. Do some preaching maybe with them as well in the future. Got lots of money here, so we're gonna do a little conversion. We're gonna convert it into forts. We're also going to get a recruitment, a muster ground. Let's convert you into fields, and then, what are the other options here? Leprosarium, town barracks. Yeah, maybe we'll do a town barracks as well.
At your command.
Yep, okay. And then we got this army here.
Ready for battle.
Bit damaged.
To battle!
Let's send him away.
Advance. We hunger for battle. Get to it, men.
That's fine. We could even take Almadia as well in the near future. But I think, guys, that is going to be it for today. What factions would you like to see in Medieval 3, and what faction mechanic would you add them? That's a massive question. I would love to do a video on that question alone, a huge video. So I will do that, nameless, in the near future. Maybe next week, actually. It could be a great topic for a video. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. I really hope you enjoyed this live stream. Thank you for tuning in and watching the Creative Assembly live stream with me as well. You know, we learned some things, some bad, some interesting, and a lot of fluff, obviously, as well. But I will be making a video on everything that we heard today tomorrow. Just give you my raw thoughts, essentially, in a more structured way. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed this campaign on MK1212. So, I mean, we had a challenge of trying to either take over the HRE or maybe expanding west and taking over France. But I think it was a bit of an interesting pivot to take over some French lands here and then go for a port. Like, just try and specifically attack and take over a big major port city and grow our income. And I think that's what we did. We took Tunis. We've now taken Constantina as well. Major kind of economic centers in North Africa, which has been quite fun. Invading the Almohads. First the Hafsids, and now the Almohads as well. So it's been really cool. I hope you've enjoyed it. Next week, we're going to do another campaign on Dawnless Days, which should be cool. And I'm also going to do a campaign on Rome Remastered. I want to go into Imperium Surrectum and check that out as well. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I really hope you enjoy this. See you tomorrow for a video, and have a great day wherever you are. I'll see you next time.